welcome. Thanks for coming out on this nice rainy day. And thanks for bearing with us. Where's Fino? Can you see if Fino can turn this down a little bit maybe? Or is it just me? I'm going to back up a little bit maybe. Okay. Anyway, thanks for coming out this morning. Welcome. A couple of orders of business before we get started is we have bagels and coffee and soft drinks and water over there. Just help yourself throughout the day as needed. Restrooms are out in the hallway. Up front is a little break room. There's a vending machine in there if you wanted a different soft drink and stuff like that that we didn't provide, but we tried to provide a good assortment. And if there's anything we do today to help make your visit better, to accommodate you, just let us know. Obviously, we can't do anything about the rain, but we need the rain here in Austin. So anyway, with no further ado, I will turn it over to the commissioner to make his welcoming remarks, and then we will go from there. Thank you all for coming out today.
Thank you, Gary, and good morning to everybody. I will keep my remarks brief. I really wanted to talk about a conference that I've just spent the past 2 days at, the conference of Complete College America, an organization that you've all heard of. It was started by a former member of the Indiana legislature. He was a commissioner of higher education in Indiana and was also advisor to the governor on higher education. After he stepped down from his position as commissioner, he decided to form this organization called Complete College America. Texas, as many of you know, is one of the 33 states that participates in this organization. And we met the past 2 days in Salt Lake City to talk about where we are in terms of making progress to achieve the agenda of the organization, which obviously is to increase the number of students who actually complete their credentials. We spent a lot of time talking about community colleges, the trend that is occurring in Texas, where well over 50% of students who enter higher education do so through the doors of community colleges, is something that all of us recognize that we have to deal with in a way that's more successful. In any event, one of the publications that we took a look at this conference the past couple of days is a new one by Complete College America called Game Changers. I urge all of you to download this report from the Complete College America website, pass it along to your colleagues who are fundamentally involved in student success, because this is really an extraordinary document, and they have the data to back up the extraordinary results that they claim can be made if some of these practices are adopted. Let me very quickly just give you an idea of what they're recommending. And they're talking about how what we've been doing over the past 10 years as the completion agenda has gathered momentum in this country, the momentum has been significant. We've achieved results about 1%, 2%, 3% a year in terms of completion rates, both at the baccalaureate, the associate's level, transfer rates, and completion of certificates. But when Complete College America talks about game changers, they're talking about practices that double completion rates, sometimes even more dramatic results than that. And these are practices that we should take a close look at all over Texas. Let me very quickly tell you what they are, and then once again, I'm trying to whet your appetite so that you'll make sure that this information gets in the hands of all your colleagues. Number one, the number one game changer, according to Complete College America, and the data on this issue are still very preliminary, but is performance-based funding. Obviously, we just passed that in the legislature, largely due to the results of your colleagues at your campuses. but the early results are very, very positive, particularly if the emphasis in performance-based funding is on student success, and that's precisely what we have done in Texas. The second game changer is co-requisite education for those students that need developmental education. As you know, we have a lot of data nationally. We have data in Texas that show that if students are placed in developmental education, a lot of them simply don't show up. We talk about summer melt. Well, that's one of the main causes of summer melt, or melt between the last days of summer and actual enrollment. And co-requisite enrollment, where we find ways to get students involved as much as possible in credit-bearing courses, has a huge impact on both enrollment, access, and success down the road. With the states that have moved away from a very definitive cut scores on the AccuPlace or another standardized tests that measure college readiness, those states that have moved away from having hard and fast cut scores to looking at the overall qualifications of the student and adjusting cut scores with extra remediation or block remediation that's done intensively for a short period of time. Those kinds of programs have had enormous success in improving student retention and persistence. The third The third factor, and I know that this is a challenge for many students at community colleges, two-year institutions, is taking a full load. And by full load, Complete College America means 15 hours. There's huge, they have gathered a very large body of information that shows that even when students have to struggle, even when institutions have to make adjustment to enable students to take 15 hours a semester, the completion rates, as I said, sometimes double or even increase more than that. Now, we talked at the meeting in Salt Lake City about not necessarily having so rigid a standard, but having the standard of getting students to complete 30 hours a year. And that seems to be just as successful. But the data are very clear. For students that take less than 15 hours, success rates tumble significantly. The next game changer is student pathways to success, or they call it GPS, guided pathways to success. And this means that intensive advising, it means intrusive advising, it means putting students on prescribed programs. The colleges, and this particularly applies to community colleges. The community colleges in this country, there have been about 7 or 8 that Complete College America has studied. And those community colleges that place students, particularly at-risk students, on a prescribed curriculum have had huge improvements in persistence and completion rates. As all of you know, at a lot of institutions, a curriculum is a hodgepodge. Students are confused by that. More confusion, less likelihood of completing a credential. And for example, the City University of New York, which of course includes some community colleges, have gone to a prescribed curriculum. At one of their community colleges, their success rates in a 2-year period have gone up over 50%. Those are extraordinary success rates for simple changes like that. And then finally, the game changer that was talked about yesterday was having block scheduling for students and doing the block scheduling well in advance so students, particularly working students, can plan out their work schedules, balance their work schedules with their academic schedules. Every institution should have a morning block, an afternoon block, and an evening and weekend block, so that students can plan, as I said, in advance. They know that they will be going to school every day from 8 until 11, 8 until noon, whatever it is. 1 to 4. And they can arrange for daycare, childcare. They can arrange their work schedules around that. But that has made a huge difference in helping students persist. The point is that these reforms have demonstrated that we can make dramatic change, and that there are innovations that have led to very substantial results in improving outcomes for all of our students. Now, I suspect, and this is precisely what we hope will occur as a result of outcomes-based funding, is that really aggressive institutions will say, we want a bigger share of that performance-based funding, so we're going to implement some of these practices, and the evidence suggests that they will get a significant return on their investment. So with that, we'll get on with the agenda. Thank you very much for coming. This is an important body for us here at the Coordinating Board. We want to make sure we have very close relationships and ties and cooperation with all the community colleges in Texas. So we look forward to today's meeting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Gardner. When I follow Raymond, I never know what I'm going to say until I hear Raymond. So I'd like to follow up with a couple things Raymond said. And I think the good news in terms of what we're hearing from Complete College America is I know a number of your campuses have embraced some of these already. It isn't consistent across the state. I know a number of you have block scheduling. I know that I think Kilgore, for example, is doing block scheduling, developing linemen, and has that program in place. The state has passed the Fast Start legislation, which is going to use that to a great extent. I think part of the good news of the state is that the community colleges have really embraced the notion of success even more in recent years with the Texas Success Council and the announcement of the Success Center yesterday. I guess it was formally announced by, I guess, Richard Carpenter announced it officially yesterday. But these are all good things. So I think there's a lot of coming together with these efforts and an understanding of how some of these things work. The fact that the community colleges embraced success points, I think it was a very successful legislative session. I think the community college earned a lot of points in a sense just by embracing this. The universities did not. So you guys actually took a proposal that began at the coordinating board, took it, sat down, worked with it, made it a better proposal, brought it to our board, and the board supported it. I think there's still some things moving forward that you're going to want to tweak and improve upon, and I know that's being discussed in the formula committees. I don't know if Susan Brown will discuss that to some extent later today, but that's very good. I think a number of things have changed since you met with us last year, those of us who were here last year, and I hope you've seen this process as successful. But as a result of, our board has gone around the state and has met in every region. We had a task force, and they met and listened a lot. And my evaluation of what they came up with was the communication really isn't what it should be, and you guys are to help that, because I know there were a number of things that came up in some of those regions about things that needed to be addressed that have actually been addressed or in the process of being addressed, and so that word hasn't gotten out, and we have some responsibility for that, and we need to do a better job of that, but we really need your help to do it as well. We certainly haven't resolved the transfer issue. But given some of the feedback we got from the regions and some of the things that were suggested, you'd think nothing had been done at all. And the schools have worked together. I think our voluntary transfer compacts that many of your faculty have worked on are really going to help things immensely. I think that they're going to play into other things. That we're at the advice of faculty, we're adding outcomes to all the courses in our academic course guide manual. That was a suggestion of the faculty. We never would have suggested that. And initially the faculty on the ACGM committee were a little resistant, but then they embraced it. And I think, I wish the legislature could see the faculty sitting and administrators sitting and working together on these issues. I think it's very, very impressive. But there are a series of things that are there. There's some things that we're not fully utilizing in terms of transfer. We've developed field of study guides, and I know the Texas Success Council has embraced that as something we need to work on, but I can tell you just randomly I've looked at some programs at some schools and they don't follow the field of study guide. We need your help in doing that. That's not a good tool for transfer if campuses are not following those guides. We've seen, particularly in engineering, when we're looking at that, there were programs that were associate degrees called engineering that didn't include any of the math courses that were in this field of study guide. So that's not true everywhere, but we need some help with that, and you can do that because the tools we have we need to use, and we support them. I have personally called schools like Texas A&M on the behalf of some of your students to say, are you following this, to make sure that they're taking every course that's in that field of study guide. But when they're not there, we can't really help. So do an examination of that. Now, you've got so much to do. I'm sure that there's some cases where you just haven't been able to go back and match those, but some of those have been in place for years now. And on our part, we haven't pushed them enough ourselves. We need to push them and see if there are other places where we should add them. So I just mention that. We have to keep working on that. And the Texas Success Council is going to conduct a study on transfer, I hope you know, and it's going to be a joint effort of Columbia University and the UT Austin with Kay McClenny and Davis Jenkins from Columbia. And Susan Brown and I have met with them by phone and in person a couple times. We are providing access to our data for them to conduct that study. We think it's important to do, and we've had a lot of discussions about that. I'm hopeful that that will be a useful study to you. So they may be coming to you for help in doing that in terms of data that we don't have, really more qualitative data. So I hope you'll embrace them because we need to fix this transfer issue for all the students. Now, as a result of some of those regional meetings, we also developed our Community and Technical College Stakeholder Committee. And that's chaired by a trustee from San Jacinto College. It includes both trustees and presidents. That's going to be a very helpful committee. They're working together. They will be meeting in this room in about a week again. And they're going to provide good insight for us. Now, one thing they'll be working on in the coming years is a community college strategic plan. Now, you may remember, I know Charles remembers, and we used to produce this every biennium, and then the legislature sort of took it out of one of our responsibilities, and the institutions asked for it to come back. So if you're wondering why we are going to develop a strategic plan for the state, it's because your institutions asked for it and thought it was useful. And so I'm glad to know it was useful. We never heard that during the time. So I will ask you, whenever we do something that you find useful, tell us. So we'll know, because we put a lot of work into it, but we never got any feedback that it was useful. And it would be helpful to have feedback in terms of how it would be more useful. So as we go forward, it would be helpful if those of you who are familiar with the old ones would think, well, here are some things that might deserve some emphasis that you never did before. We can make that happen. So please look at that. I'm a planner by trade over the years, and I hate plans that don't have any meaning. So let's make that a meaningful plan. In fact, I did the first one many, many years ago, I'm embarrassed to say. And it was useful to work with the community colleges at the time. We did the first one. They sat down and told me half an hour about what was wrong with it. And then at the end, I said, you're right. And they were a little surprised. But when you're right, you're right. So we need that kind of feedback. So I hope you'll help us with that as we go forward. You'll hear a little bit in a minute about some of the legislative changes, but I want to mention some that have some bearing. We're not going to be able to have advisory committees the way we did in the past. We have to be very careful about pulling together advisory committees if they're not legislatively required. So one thing that change will make is our undergraduate education advisory committee is going to be even more important than it's been in the past. So I hope you guys will pay attention to what they're doing. Make sure if you have representatives on that committee, that they They provide feedback to your campus. That doesn't always happen. We know on the university side there are a couple presidents in terms of the formula who are complaining about some of the recommendations of the last formula committee, saying their representatives didn't represent them, didn't provide feedback. That happens. So when you have people appointed to our committees, make sure that they not just work here, but they communicate with you and let you know what's going on. It's really critical because those advisory committees we have are important. But it's also important that we try to work together. There was an agenda item I saw on the last Texas Success Council agenda that had to do with this. I've forgotten exactly what it's called, but it's this great project with a number of your institutions dealing with sort of career clusters, right? I personally think that's very important, and our undergraduate education advisory committee has been working on something similar. It's not the same in terms of can we put together courses that make sense for people going forward in science and engineering, and I think our voluntary transfer compacts provides a lot of information in terms of what those courses might be, business, humanities. I think there's an overlap, and we need to make sure those efforts sort of work and learn together from each other. And so I've suggested to our staff that we need to reach out and probably have that group come and share what they're doing with our undergraduate education advisory committee, because we can accomplish a lot more if we work on these things together and without getting in the way of each other. I think they're going to be very successful with that project, and I think it could have some implications for all the schools in the state. So let's make sure that happens. I think at this point it would probably be important to point out, you heard from Gary Tomerlin briefly earlier. Gary wasn't here last year. I think that reflects some staffing that's very helpful. Gary, spent his career in community colleges. And I've actually learned, quite a lot from Gary since he's been here. There are things I knew something about, but Gary's told me in infinite detail. I have to tell you about some of the things. So if you're wondering if we're learning some things, I feel sometimes like I'm running a career tech program personally because I'm learning such great details about it. That's a good thing. So we appreciate that on his part. We knew about these things in the past, and we have had staff who know about these things. Those of you who work closely with us know that we have that, but it never hurts to know more, and it's particularly important now because we're going to have much greater emphasis on the workforce going forward. Gary's going to talk to you later about House Bill 414, which is related to the BATs, but when we sat down together, we say it's beyond this because there's a lot of looking at the workforce gaps. And he'll tell you about hiring RAND, but one thing I specifically requested that at the end of the process, RAND develop for us a model for looking at the workforce gaps that we can use ourselves once they leave. So we're going to be doing that on a regular basis. There's another bill, 2906, that asks us to do that, but we're going to pay great attention to that. Also, we're going to develop a new higher education plan, and our Council for Continuous Improvement and Innovation has sort of laid out a beginning sort of template that if we have a planning committee, it will work from. And the very first goal it's called WAVE so far, and the first really has to do with workforce alignment. So I think that's something you're going to see a lot more. We've always done that, but we're going to do it in much, much more detail. We still will be doing our regional plan. You'll see that addressed in the regional plan, and probably some little different kinds of ways as an outcome of those studies. Some of you will be contacted in terms of 414. We were just talking to Rand about that yesterday afternoon in terms of going to different regions and talking with you about what you're doing. So that's a challenging effort, because there's some things that you're going to need these jobs for a long time. There's some things that you can produce, but they leave your area. How do you deal with that? There are other things that there's a short-term need. That you're going to need a lot of people for the next 3 or 4 years. Community colleges know more about that than anybody else. And there are other things. How do you get in those jobs that you're really going to need 4 or 5 years from now to attract new industry? And how do you balance all those things? So in talking with people around the country, nobody's quite figured that out. And I don't think we're going to figure it out, but we're going to be a lot better at it in Texas, and you're going to help us do that. So, having said that, I want to introduce, I'm very excited, to, at least he's only going to say a couple words here, because I just told him I was going to ask him to say something. He can speak for 2 hours if he likes. But I'm very happy that our new Assistant Commissioner for Workforce, Academic Affairs, and Research is Rex Peebles. I hope, if not all of you know him, many of you know him. Rex is the Vice President for Instruction at Midland College and was at ACC for many years, and I'm really excited. He's actually been down here several times to talk to me, and I've already been probing him, trying to learn more things, and so he's going to even take what Gary's done even further. So, Rex.
Well, good morning. I look forward to working with all of you. I've worked with a bunch of you for a long time now, and so I recognize a lot of friendly faces in the audience. I just hope they stay that way. Okay? I'll try to do my part to maintain that if you'll do your part. But I do think there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of collaboration and working together to make higher education better for students. I told the chief academic officers of four-year schools the other day that I've always tried to be driven by what's best for students. Not necessarily what's best for Midland College, not necessarily what's best for community colleges in particular, but what's best for students overall. And so if we can kind of keep that focused, then I think we can probably do some really good work in this state. So I look forward to working with all of you, and I don't officially start until December the 2nd, so don't call me until then. Okay? Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to and I suspect if you want to call him about something other than coordinating board work, it would be okay. But I just want to say that Rex was clearly the best candidate for this job. I mean, I have been here a long time, as some of you know, and I've been involved in a lot of searches. I was stunned at the quality of our pool this time. I mean, I thought following this last year, it's been sort of a tough year for the coordinating board, and but it's all worked out positively, and I think our pool reflected that. We had VPs, we had deans, we had presidents applying for this position, and from Texas and from other parts of the country. I mean, this was a tough pool. We could have probably picked 3 or 4 people out of it that would have done a great job and you would have been happy with. So Gary had a tough bar to get over to come here, and I just want to make clear that this was, you know, when you look at folks on paper, it was very, very challenging, but when you met and talked with them, there's no doubt in the mind of the committee and myself and the commissioner that Rex was the best person for the job. So really work with him. I think, you know, as always, you know, the coordinating board, we have to come from a certain position, and from your institutions you have to, but we do share in common what Rex said, which is the best of the students. And you've heard Raymond say this over and over and over again. I can tell you, with us, it's about the students. And none of us would be in this business if it wasn't for them. So those times where we don't agree, let's remember that we're sitting there to talk about what's best for the students, and we can work it out. I am convinced we can. So thank you, and I'm really looking forward to Rex coming in.
Thanks, David. I'm going to ask all of the CB staff in the room if you would please come up here. Rather than me trying to go around the room and point everybody out, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves. And actually, I thought about asking Rex to do this, but we might, you know, since he did point out that he doesn't start until December, this might be a bit preemptive. But and specifically, Jessica and Mindy, y'all get to go first because y'all are our newest staff members. And a large part of today is about y'all getting to know us and who you can reach out to and work with and interact with and all these kind of things. Many of the people in the group are presenting later on in the day, and so we'll just do a brief introduction, their title, kind of what they do, what their focus is, and then we will go from there. And as we get into the presentations, you can ask more questions and that kind of stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and let Mindy and Jessica go first, if that's okay.
That's fine by me. You're running this show.
Come on, one of y'all at a time.
Hey, I'm Jessica Acton. I come from a online university in California. I am the program director for universities and health-related institutions.
And I'm short. There. I'm Mindy Nobles. I come most recently from Northeast Texas Community College. Prior to that, I was at Kilgore College. Prior to that, I was at TSTC, Marshall. I'm a product of the community college system. I believe I would not have gone to college had I not had a community college door to walk through. I spent my career in community and technical colleges, and I believe strongly in the importance and intrinsic value of each community college to higher ed in Texas. So I'm very glad to be with this division, this group at the Higher Education Coordinating Board. I'm a program director here. I'm a newbie and I'm still learning my way around, but I look very much forward to working with any of you in whatever capacity it is my privilege to do so.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stacy Silverman, for those of you who don't know me. I am the interim assistant commissioner until December the 2nd, at which time I'm happy and pleased to turn the reins over to Rex Peoples. So I have been delighted to work with all of you, and I look forward to working with you all in the future as well. And thank you guys very much for being here today. Also, I wanted to let you know that we are trying to get Rex's email set up as quickly as possible. So you may not give him a call, but you can shoot him emails. Give him something to read once he gets here.
Good morning. I'm Donna Carlin. I'm the Assistant Director for Community and Technical Colleges, and I'm over the Perkins Grant Program.
Hello, my name is Reinhold Cornelius. I've been with the Coordinating Board for over 10 years, but I have a new function. I'm now Assistant Director for Undergraduate Issues, and so I'm also in charge, so to speak, with the UEAC, the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee. It's all new to me, so it's great fun. Thank you.
And I work with the very fun Ronald Cornelius. I'm Melina Valdez, Program Director. I am one of your core curriculum point people, and also with UEAC, and just whatever else they need help with. Welcome again, and thank you for being here. Yes, I'm with the. I was with the Community College Leadership Program with Dr. Roosh at UT Austin, and also completed a postdoc with him as a Senior Roosh Fellow. So, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I also see a lot of familiar faces. I've been with the board about a dozen years, and many of you remember me from the old days working under Glenda Barron. And I'm really delighted to continue to work with the folks from community and technical colleges. I deal a lot with graduate education, universities, and health-related institutions, but still, if you need any advice about academic affairs relating to community colleges, the ACGM, I'm always at your disposal. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Lofters. I'm a program director with Workforce Academic Affairs and Research. I primarily am over dual credit in early college high schools as far as they pertain to the coordinating board. I'm also working with the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, Higher Education Regional Councils. The hot topic seems to be dual credit, so I see everybody nodding. I'll be waiting. Good morning and welcome here.
Good morning. Jose Rios, Assistant Director. I'm over the Apply Texas Advisory Committee and program. I'm also over federal and state compliance.
Thanks all y'all very much. Appreciate it. I'm sure you all have all their names down and all their titles down now 100%, as does Rex. But David alluded to this earlier, and many of y'all know this. I started here in January, and perhaps if there's any advice for Rex or if there's any wisdom in there, it's really more that starting in an odd number year as opposed to an even number year in Austin, if you get that chance, go for the even number, because coming right into the legislative session was quite, not only trying to learn the dynamics of this agency and all the things and that kind of stuff, but then going right into that was quite interesting. But Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner, and Dom is trying to head back down the back row, are going to provide an update of everything that occurred this legislative session, and then some more insight about activities here at the Coordinating Board. So I'll turn it over to them now. Thanks, Linda.
I got it. Good morning. So I'm going to tag team with Dominic Chavez, who heads up our External Relations Department here at the Coordinating Board. And External Relations works very closely with the legislature as well as the media, and Dom serves as our agency spokesperson. I oversee the External Relations Department as well as the Commissioner's Office. I've been here for 13 years, and prior to joining the Coordinating Board, I worked as the Chief of Staff and Legislative Director for the Chair of the House Higher Education Committee. So this past session was actually my 10th session. I started when I was 10. So it was a challenging session. I've spent the last 5 months trying to forget the details of the session, so forgive me if I'm not up to speed with the summary, but we'll do our best. First, I wanted to start with just a couple of statistics. The legislature meets every odd year for 140 days in regular session, and they were in session between January and May of this year for the regular session. The governor did call 3 special sessions thereafter to focus on non-higher education related issues such as transportation funding, redistricting, and some other issues. During that time, there were over 5,800 bills that were filed, and approximately 14 of those bills were passed by both chambers and sent on to the governor. The governor has June 16th, to either sign a bill into law, allow a bill to take effect without a signature, or veto a bill, and he ultimately vetoed 26 bills. He line item vetoed 10 funding strategies in the General Appropriations Act and 11 line item funding strategies in House Bill 1025, which was the supplemental appropriations bill for the fiscal year of 2013. The governor, in his, let me move on to the next one. So during the regular session, our staff tracked about 657 bills related to both public and higher education policy and funding issues. Of these, 155 were ultimately signed into law by the governor. The governor did veto one higher education related bill, Senate Bill 15 by Senator Seliger, which related to the which would have made several changes to the management of our governing boards of institutions of higher education. The governor felt expressed in his veto statement that limiting board oversight authority would reduce accountability and increase the opportunity for organizational malfeasance. So that bill is dead. The governor also line itemed, vetoed a new budget strategy that had been added to the coordinating board's budget late in the session during the conference committee related to water aquifer research. So we don't know how this got into our bill, but it did, and he line item vetoed that $3 million, felt that that was more appropriate for the Texas Water Development Board, and I agree. The governor also line item vetoed a total of $5.25 million for special item funding for 6 universities. As you know, very few community colleges get special item funding, but the governor did express some concern about the increasing cost in special item funding, many of which are originally meant to be one-time funding costs, but they continue to get funded over time, and he feels that that money could be going towards the formula for teaching as opposed to special items, and he feels that that is one of the reasons why we increase our tuition at the university. So he wanted to curtail that. And here's a summary of the overall budget decisions by the legislature. Unlike last session, when state government funding was cut significantly, this session the legislature did increase funding across the board. This slide shows state funding for public ed, higher ed, the coordinating board, and all of state government. And I should mention that this is general revenue and general revenue dedicated only. So overall, state funding across all sectors increased by 8%. State funding for higher ed increased by 4.4%, and funding for the coordinating board increased by 6%. The coordinating board had submitted in our legislative appropriations request 10 exceptional items totaling $216.4 million, and the legislature funded about 89% of our request, which we are very, very grateful for, because most of our funding ends up going to students, to institutions of higher education. We are appropriated trustee funds, and we reallocate that to your institutions. So it's not so much that this funding is coming to the agency for our operations. In fact, we have a very small percentage of that funding come for our operations. It's about 5% of our total budget. So major success for us was the Texas grant funding. That increased by 25%. It was our #1 budget priority. And the legislature appropriated a total of $724.6 million for the 14-15 biennium, which we estimate will serve approximately 84% of new eligible students at an award amount of $5,000. Now later, Dom's going to talk to you about some of the policy changes related to that program. On this slide, you'll also see other increases for our major state financial aid programs, including a 20% increase in the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program, which is, as you know, the need-based program for community college students. Our board, and the legislature highly prioritized graduate medical education this session, and you'll see the significant increases in these 4 programs that are administered by the coordinating board. There were several bills passed that expand graduate medical education, increasing the creation of new residency slots to address the residency shortage in Texas. These are the programs related to research that that had increased funding. And again, Dominic will go over some detail about the implementation of some of these programs. I'll also go into more detail later about the compliance monitoring function, but that last bullet supports for FTE here at the coordinating board to implement a compliance monitoring function, which I'll explain later. And like I said, the good news is that formula funding for each sector of higher education increased. But the bad news is that these increases don't get us back to 2011 levels. At the same time, institutions continue to grow. So we still have a long ways to go to get back to where we were. For the technical colleges, they are transitioning to a return value model, and Susan Brown's going to go into more detail about that model later. The Lamar State Colleges continue to be funded at 100% enrollments, and you'll see here infrastructure support decrease for these institutions because of the amount of predicted need that each of these institutions have. And here's the slide for community colleges. Community colleges had some changes in the way that their formula worked, as you know. Each community college district now gets $500,000 for its core operations a year regardless of their size. And this is something that the community colleges came together, as you know, to advocate to the legislature in order to address the inequities among the community colleges, and they were very successful in getting this, and our board was very supportive of this as well. So we advocated for this as well to the legislature. 90% of formula funding is still based on enrollments, and 10% is allocated based on the student success points, and Susan Brown will go into more detail about those success points later. I'm going to turn it over to Dominic now, who's going to go into a summary of the legislation that passed.
Good morning. Again, as Linda mentioned, my name is Dominic Chavez. I'm the Senior Director for External Relations here at the Coordinating Board. I'm going to take the next couple minutes just doing a bit of a deeper dive into some of the policy and some of the legislation, policy legislation that was passed, particularly as it relates to two-year colleges, our public two-year colleges. Certainly what I'll go through here is not an exhaustive list. In fact, what I'll encourage, and perhaps we can distribute a link later at a later time, we actually have a comprehensive summary of all the legislation that was passed that relates to higher education, to include the budget, posted on our website. It's I think about a 60-page document, so if you're really interested in learning about everything in some detail about what was done this session in higher education, we've produced that document after each session. But we're just going to highlight here some of the key things that we think were that you'd be interested in terms of our public two-year colleges. In terms of the framework for how we approach this session, other than the budget, we kind of looked at three areas. One, that we wanted to pursue recommendations and to recommend to the legislature ways to increase productivity of our higher education system. Linda just mentioned to you outcomes-based funding is part of that. The Commissioner was talking a little bit about Complete College America and their focus on reducing time and credits to degree to try to not only increase the number of students who are completing, but hopefully increasing the pace at which they are able to complete. And also execute cost efficiencies. As you know, since we hit the budget downturn a few years ago, being more cost efficient and cost effective in higher education has become a big issue. And so that was one major focus from the Coordinating Board standpoint for this legislative session. The second area is a restructured financial aid system. Obviously, when we came into this session, and based on what happened the prior session, where we had seen a reduction in our state financial aid programs, primarily Texas Grant, for the first time in the existence of the program, saw a 10% decline biennium over biennium. When we came into this session, not knowing exactly how the dollars were going to turn out, we wanted to make sure that we looked at ways to make the program more effective, more efficient, and that we're able to stretch dollars to many more students, regardless of what those dollars were once the legislature made their final determination. So that was one area that we looked at. And then finally, as many of you heard, probably one of the most controversial topics that surrounded the Capitol this last year revolved around public education and what we do, not just with testing and all the standardized testing, but also looking at ways to provide more flexibility within the high school diplomas. And the legislature took a hard look at the curriculum issues in public education. And so our concern from a higher education standpoint was to make sure that whatever changes we did make in public education, that we continue to provide a strong pipeline to higher education in terms of maintaining college readiness and career readiness. And so that was another area of focus that we had, again, with the idea that we recognize in Texas 60% of our future workforce is going to require some sort of post-secondary education, whether that's a certificate, associate's, or some sort of bachelor's or advanced degree. So one particular issue that the Coordinating Board recommended to the legislature and that was passed as part of our sunset legislation in Senate Bill 215 was a credit hour cap on associate degrees. As many of you may know, before this session there was a cap on bachelor's degree that basically limited bachelor's degrees to no more credit hours than it's required by the accrediting body, SACS or others, or in the case that licensure required higher levels, then of course we would look to the licensure requirements. But that same cap did not exist at the associate's level. And so as a way to provide kind of a more standard degree program across the state of Texas, to provide more consistency and clarity for students, and also as a way to try to, again, reduce time and credits to degree, we recommended to the legislature, and they adopted the cap on associate's degrees, where degrees will now be capped at no more than what's required by licensure or accreditation for that particular field. Now, my understanding, and I asked Stacy this before I got up here, but I'm sure I'll butcher it so she can jump in if I get it wrong. As you may know, we've adopted rules on the workforce portion of these degrees. The board adopted those in October. We made some changes, worked with some of your colleges to address some issues that came out of that, particularly related to the provision on compelling academic reason, if there was some reason that they needed to go above 60 hours. So we adjusted some language there. We're now in the process of working on the academic degrees, which I think the rules are about to be posted. And those will go before our December board committee and then a January board adoption. So I know we've been working closely with the two-year colleges on this, because certainly this applies directly to you and is an important issue. The next major change, again, restructuring state financial aid. I talked a little bit about Texas Grant, and Linda showed you in a couple slides ago that we saw a significant increase in Texas Grant funding, which we were very pleased with, but we wanted to make some structural changes to make it more effective and efficient. One thing that we've done is, because, as you know, prior to this session, our two major state financial aid programs for needy students, Texas Grant and the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant, TEOG, were both available to students at our public two-year colleges. What we heard over and over again from our two-year college stakeholders was that created some confusion, because these programs had two different types of requirements in terms of credit hours required, in terms of some of the other basic eligibility requirements for students to qualify for those two programs. So we thought a more efficient way, hearing from the stakeholders, would to perhaps bifurcate the programs, have a need-based financial aid program for our community colleges, and have a need, and what now has a merit component, for our universities. And what that means is taking Texas Grant and basically community colleges beginning in fiscal year 15 will no longer, students at community and technical colleges will no longer be able to access the Texas Grant program. It becomes a university-only program. But what we did with this was, because obviously there's a concern, what happens when you transfer, with a TEOG or from a community college into a university? There's always been a challenge in terms of being able to access Texas Grants while you're there. We did make some minor changes, not as much as we'd like to, and we're hoping to address even more of this issue in future sessions. But we did make some minor changes to expand the eligibility pathway for community college students who, upon transfer, can get access to a Texas Grant, and you can see that there on the slide. We also, again, working with the Budget Committee, Senate Finance, and House Appropriations, we encouraged via the budget that universities set the Texas Grant amount at $5,000 targeted awards. They have the flexibility to offer students higher amounts, but what we found was if the institutions could hit that $5,000 target for Texas Grant for each and every student, we could serve upwards of 84% of new eligible students. And that really is the goal, is to try to get as much dollars as we can into as many students' hands as we can. And again, that wasn't a statutory change. That was part of the budget execution that's going to be happening over the next 2 years. Now, one of the questions that the two-year colleges had, okay, so you're taking away our Texas Grant. How are we going to continue to serve a commensurate number of students? Because obviously the student need for financial aid doesn't go away in community colleges. So what we're going to do as part of our kind of budget execution authority here at the coordinating board is we're going to be transferring, and I think this number is still valid, we're going to be transferring in fiscal year 15 about $34–35 million from the Texas Grant program that otherwise would have flowed to two-year colleges, and plop that into the TEOG program so that it flows through that program. And then going forward, those two programs will be separated, and there will be one program for each sector, if that makes sense. If there's any questions, obviously feel free to interrupt me. In terms of another financial aid efficiency measure, we took a look at, and in fact the Sunset Commission that looked at the coordinating board's operations looked at this as well. We looked at the Be On Time program. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Be On Time program is a well-received program down at the Capitol. It's very popular. amongst legislators. The idea is that you get a grant, if you will, although technically it's a loan, but if you graduate within 4 years with a degree and you graduate with a B average, that loan becomes forgiven. You don't have to pay it back. If for some reason you don't, it becomes a 0% interest loan, which really isn't that bad of a deal either. The challenge was, what we heard over and over from our two-year stakeholders was that unfortunately students who start a two-year college who would be eligible for the Be On Time to receive it, it's very difficult for those students to ultimately gain forgiveness status, because two-year college students often take much longer to graduate, often take more classes just via the transfer process and the challenges there, as Dr. Gardner talked about, that we're trying to work on. And so it didn't seem much sense in terms of an efficacy for the program to promote it to two-year college students to say, hey, graduate in 4 years and you can have a forgivable loan, when the fact of the matter is we found just via the data and the history of the program, very few two-year college students were able to do that. So what's happening again in fiscal year 15 is that the program will become a university-only program where the efficacy for that makes much more sense. And also in terms of the university operations, they're going to be receiving a proportional share of the monies that they put into it. Again, that doesn't really affect the two-year sector, but that's another change that we made with this particular program. In terms of some other changes, one that obviously impacts higher education generally is the Hazelwood Exemption Program. As you know, the state of Texas has a long history of granting veterans who meet certain conditions essentially 150 hours of free tuition and some fees that essentially the institution has to absorb. And so that program's been around now for many, many years, was expanded a few years ago to include dependents, where the veteran could pass their credits on to dependents to use at either a public 2-year or 4-year institution. A couple major things happened this session. One, the administration of the program has been officially transferred to the Texas Veterans Commission. Obviously, the Texas Veterans Commission is very familiar with veterans. They deal with a lot of other veterans programs. So the legislature felt it made a whole lot more sense to place this program and its administration under the auspices of that agency. And so we've been working with them over the last 6 or 8 months or actually it's only been 3 or 4 months, seems like a long time ago, to make that transition. Obviously, the institutions will still be reporting data to the coordinating board. We'll still be handling the data piece of this and supporting the Veterans Commission. There's a database, Hazelwood database, that we administer, and so we'll be working that piece with them as well. The other piece that one of the conversations that came out of this session was, as I said, this program's been around a long time. But with some of the expansions that have occurred, particularly related to dependents, the cost borne by institutions, including many community and technical colleges, has grown rather significantly. Some would say almost exponentially. And these are real dollars that the institutions do not get reimbursed for, but are obligated by law to honor. And so one of the conversations that came out this session was, can the state step up and help offset some of these costs? And so the state actually did in the budget provide some dollars. Many would say it might just be a drop in the bucket, but some dollars to help offset the growing costs. But longer term, the legislature recognized, we need to take a closer look at how this is impacting higher education budgets on an institutional level. And so with Senate Bill 1159, you can see there, it requires the Legislative Budget Board working with our agency and the Texas Veterans Commission to look at a study about the sustainability, fiscal efficiency, and effectiveness of the program. To answer questions about, how are these students doing, how much money is it really costing, and potentially ask those questions, okay, how might the state help pay for it if they can't? So the results of that study are due basically about a year from now, and we're working with the LBB currently and working through that issue. I mentioned the kind of the last category of issues we were really concerned about or really focused on this session in terms of an agency in higher education generally was House Bill 5, which was the legislation that changed the testing requirements in public education as well as some of the curricular diploma requirements. One of the things that we were most focused on was, as they were deciding to make changes to the high school diplomas, You recall, for at least a number of years now, the recommended high school program was a default curriculum, and it was, for a number of years now, a 4x4 curriculum. You had to take 4 years of math, 4 years of science, et cetera, to include Algebra 2. Well, because the legislature felt that perhaps not all students needed that level of rigor, or perhaps we wanted to give them a different alternatives if they weren't interested in necessarily going to a 4-year university, they decided to do different types of diplomas and endorsements. And without getting into too much detail, our focus has been on how do those diplomas and how is that going to help transition students who do choose to go to post-secondary, whether it's our TSTCs, our community colleges, or our university. How do we make sure they have the requisite academic foundation to meet college readiness standards and ultimately be successful in their certificate, associate, bachelor's programs? And so really the easy part we're finding was, and looking back on it now, you'd say, hey, you wouldn't believe it, but the easy part was actually writing the legislation. Now we're in the implementation phase. And for those of you who haven't been watching it very closely, the State Board of Education right now is wrestling with what type of math do they put in these different diplomas. Do they put Algebra 2 back in all the diplomas? Do they put Algebra 2 just in those diplomas that really are designed to feed a university? Do they design a different alternative to Algebra 2 that's just as rigorous? These are the questions that the SBOE is wrestling with, but obviously because higher education has a stake in this, we've been working very closely and trying to provide data and expertise and information to the SBOE and others who are interested in as they wrestle with these issues, because obviously this is something that will have an impact on higher education and potentially our college readiness rates, et cetera. So we're working our way through that, and we'll know more hopefully by January, I think, is when the SBOE is supposed to finalize decisions on diplomas. We'll know what those look like, and then institutions will have to wrestle, not so much with the community colleges, but particularly universities will have to wrestle what type of admission standards do they intend to set vis-a-vis these new diplomas. In terms of some other bills, and I won't go into any detail here because I know Dr. Gardner covered some of this, and I think this may be covered a little more detail later in the meeting. But one of the kind of buzzwords or catchphrases that came out of the session was workforce development. And the positive of that, if you will, is that there was a strong recognition of the role of two-year colleges in the workforce development piece. So a lot of the bills that came out related to workforce development kind of encouraged collaboration between the Texas Workforce Commission, the coordinating board, and our two-year college sector. So I think that's one positive, that there's a recognition the key role that our two-year colleges play as a linchpin between secondary education and the workforce. So these are just a couple of bills, and again, I know Dr. Gardner covered these, so I won't spend too much time on them. With that, before I turn it back to Linda, who's going to talk a little bit about the changes to the agency via sunset, are there any questions on these legislative changes, or perhaps anything else that you heard that I didn't address that I could try to?
So, Senate Bill 215 made several changes to the coordinating board. Sunset originally made some really good recommendations that we mostly agreed with that were implemented in Senate Bill 215, such as one of the things that Sunset pointed out was that we didn't have on our board agendas an opportunity for public testimony. We sort of did that by invitation, or, if anybody asked to testify before our board, we allowed it and so forth. But it wasn't clear to the public that they could come to our board and provide testimony, and that was one of the recommendations that we immediately implemented and put into place. So you should know that if there's anything that comes before our board that you want to testify on, you have that opportunity. Our process is on our website. There were several other changes that the legislature then, once the sunset bill was filed, made changes to the board that Sunset hadn't recommended, and such as one was transferring the authority to close or consolidate low-producing degree programs from the coordinating board to the local governing boards. So now your boards of trustees have that authority, have always had that authority, but our board doesn't have the authority to do it. You'll hear more about the process, I'm sure, later on today, but we will be providing the data to your governing boards on which programs don't meet the statewide thresholds, and then they'll have to decide what they want to do about that. If they don't implement the coordinating board's if they don't close those programs that have been identified as low producing, they have to report it on their legislative appropriations request. Yes, sir.
The question has come up about
yes.
academic officers.
They will be copied on the information, yes. Mm-hmm. The other thing that the legislature did in Senate Bill 215 was transfer the authority of the board to the boards of regents in terms of capital projects and approving capital projects. And we'll be providing information about facilities to those boards as well. There are several other changes made to the board's duties and powers. One thing that Sunset thought that we needed to spend more time on is long-term strategic planning. So you'll hear more about how we are working with stakeholders, and we're going to broaden that effort to start to develop the next long-term strategic plan post-closing the gaps through 2030. We've also, Sunset Bill had several changes to improve our stakeholder input. And so one of the things that Senate Bill 215 requires us to do is to engage in negotiated rulemaking on several issues. And we've just now started to embark on negotiated rulemaking in 4 areas. One, and they're listed up here in bullets. One is compliance monitoring, the function that I mentioned earlier. Sunset, this was one of Sunset's original recommendations, that we implement a compliance monitoring function to ensure that institutions of higher education are utilizing the financial aid dollars that go to them and make sure that they're using them in compliance with statute and coordinating board rules. Since millions of dollars are allocated every year in the form of financial aid, the legislature and Sunset wanted some reliance, some mechanism in place to ensure that those dollars were being used appropriately. The other issue that compliance monitoring function will be overseeing is the verification of enrollment data. And as you know, we use enrollment data to run the formula funding for each of the sectors of higher ed. And so our commissioner thought that this was a really good recommendation when they first came out, when Sunset first came out with its report, and immediately set up that function here at the coordinating board. We started with 2 FTE that we were able to fund for 1 year, and then we went to the legislature asking for an exceptional item request, which we did get, to expand to 4 FTE. So the legislature added this as one of the requirements to engage in negotiated rulemaking. So we have started that process. We've identified through a survey and solicitation through the president's and chancellor's list of folks representing 2-year, 4-year health-related institutions, both public and private sector, to serve on this committee, to come together and talk about the rules and regulations related to compliance monitoring. They're going to meet on November 20th here at the coordinating board. The other area that we're starting to work on is the allocation methodologies for our financial aid programs. And we decided to start with the Texas College Work Study Program, and then for the private institutions, the Tuition Equalization Grant Program and the Be on Time Program. So we did the same process in terms of soliciting nominees for these committees, and Texas College Work Study is going to be meeting on I'm thinking it's either November 18th or the 19th. I think it's the 19th. So they'll come together and agree on the allocation methodology for how institutions get those dollars, and then we'll go forward with a proposed set of rules to our board for consideration in January. The other thing Senate Bill 215 did, and David alluded to this earlier, is the administration of our advisory committees. They felt that we had way too many advisory committees, and they thought that we needed to consolidate or eliminate several of those in favor of fewer broad-based advisory committees. So I handed out a summary of these committees, and you'll see Roman numeral 1 lists all the advisory committee rules that our board adopted in October. So these are all now centrally located in our rules, and they stipulate the purpose of each committee. They stipulate the tasks that each committee will undertake. They have a duration of 4 years, and the board, unless the board reappoints or recreates or reestablishes the advisory committee. Some of these are statutorily created. Others are just committees that we decided to create on our own, such as the 2-year College Stakeholder Committee. You'll see a note there that we didn't adopt rules related to this particular committee because we want to have the committee weigh in on the charge to the committee at its November 14th meeting. We are repealing several of our advisory committees that were in our rules due to lack of funding or just trying to clean those up because we don't anticipate future funding. So there's a list there of 12 that we're repealing. We're going to go ahead and dissolve 2. And then we're consolidating the Developmental Education Advisory Committee under the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee. So as David mentioned, the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee is going to take on a lot of issues. So it's going to be really, really important for y'all to follow on those discussions. The other thing that Senate Bill 215 did was require each of the advisory committees to report its recommendations directly to the board. We had a few of those advisory committees that did that, like our formula advisory committees, but not all of them. And so, typically an advisory committee would come up with some recommendations. The staff would talk to the commissioner, and the commissioner may not agree with those recommendations and may have presented different recommendations to the board, which the Sunset Commission felt needed to be reported directly to the board. So that has all been taken care of in our rules that our board adopted in last week, actually. And I wasn't sure if you wanted to know anything about our board standing committees, so you also have a handout on those. We obviously we lost actually 2 board members recently to other boards. So we're awaiting 3 appointments from the governor. We're not sure when those will come, but our new chairman, Harold Hahn from El Paso, is going to reassess the board committees, the makeup of the committees, and the oversight of each of the committees. So we'll be doing that hopefully as soon as our new board members are appointed. And that concludes my presentation. We're a little early, so if you have any questions, yes?
requirement that we include this in our LAR?
Well, the statutory requirement is that you include it in the LAR, but I'm going to defer to Stacy to answer your other questions.
Thank you, Linda. Yes, actually, Senate Bill 215 does include that provision. However, we're certainly going to be working with you all and letting you know what your programs are through just providing you the information. We'll also share that information with your governing boards and help them with any decision-making process that they need.
Is there a statutory requirement that it be directed directly to the information to go directly to the governing board as opposed to the president?
Yes, it is. Although we will certainly include the president.
Well, I'm sure you will, but I just wondered. It's because that's not normally the way things go.
And you're right. One of the legislative decisions this time around was that the information needs to go to the governing boards, and it's the governing boards that need to be making decisions, not the coordinating board, that the governing boards are the best prepared to make the decisions for their institutions. Certainly we'll be working with you. Certainly this information and data, something that we have been giving you all for, I'm going to go with, more than 20 years. I get a nod from David on that one. So the closure of programs, I want to make sure all of you know the coordinating board is not in the game of shutting down programs. That is not what we're about, and that never should have been what we were about. So what we're about is providing you information, help, acting and serving as a coordinating body. That's what we're about.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. In reference to dissolution of advisory committees, the CCRS, I'm a little surprised at that, since in fact there was one bill that really mandates the coordinating board and TEA to continue to maintain and update.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked about that, because the College and Career Readiness Standards Advisory Committee was created when we developed the College and Career Readiness Standards in 2009. And it was an inactive committee. We hadn't brought that. They were basically a group of vertical teams that came together. We had them listed on our books, but they really weren't active. I think going forward and working with House Bill 5 and some of those issues in terms of college readiness, as I mentioned, we had a developmental education advisory committee that was a standalone committee that we're now going to have the undergraduate education advisory committee look at. So that's why it's going to be such an important committee.
Available online. But I recommend that you go and listen to that, because, even reacting to this question right now isn't really the time to sort of revisit the college and career readiness standards, because we're trying to still figure out House Bill 5 and what the endorsements are, and that's where a lot of the efforts should go. But I think would be helpful. Most people I talked to thought this was perhaps our best major policy discussion in some time. We had representatives from all sectors, including the ISDs, the chair of the State Board of Ed. I recommend that you look at that, and all of you know that issues keep coming up about how do you do this and how do you do that, and there's some things that are just unclear there. So I think we'll talk later today about some of the issues related to dual credit, Cert 1, Cert 2s. There's some issues that are related to both HB 5, I think, and TSI. And so there are a lot of things that we really need to work together to figure out what are the reasonable sort of solutions to them. Linda reminded me. I was thinking about this when I drove in, but we had also a great presentation. I've forgotten the name of the group, Nexus, who's done a study recently about something you all know about, which is the value of a community college education. So look at that as well. There's a lot of good information there and go online to their site and find the actual report. It's much more detailed, but I think it can be very helpful to some of you in your local areas, and it's just worth reviewing. And I think they will continue some of that work. We're doing some things related to it as well, and if there are things that aren't addressed, we'd like to know that. Also, since we're mentioning that, we have data online. We had a webcast some time ago. A webcast is something we're doing in lieu of advisory committees and conference calls. And we're finding actually it's very helpful because we get immediate responses and it takes less of your time. But connecting graduates to workforce data. And so and people can give you a link later, but for each of your institutions, all of our institutions in the state, including places like Rice and SMU, by zip code, what are those graduates earning in Texas? And I want you to look, there's a column which I insisted that be added, which is how many of records we're able to find. So in some cases, say if you're on the border, we may find less of those graduates than others. So it will say if it's fire science, it will say that we found 58% of your people in the records, which could mean one of two things. One is they're out of state. Two is they may be unemployed. So I know you want to emphasize that. We don't know which, but it clearly says in some programs we'll have a match with 85, 90%. But look at that data. I think that's going to be very useful to you as well, and it's by level. So you can see certificates versus associate degrees, a great tool for you in a lot of ways. And you can look at all your colleagues around, and it's very interesting. Just a note on the university side, I saw that English majors from West Texas A&M were earning more than English majors from Texas A&M, which is sort of an interesting phenomenon. I don't know why that is. So there'll be a few things that make you scratch your head.
Any more questions for Dom or Linda? And perhaps I should have said this, but the way we try to structure the day is we're trying to give you snippets of information or groupings of information, and we really want you to ask questions and us try to provide feedback and get the answers to you as we move through the day. And then at the end of the day, we are going to close with a question and answer session, and we're going to try to get as much of the staff down here as we can, and hopefully you won't throw us too many questions that we can't answer, but we certainly want to try to provide opportunities for feedback as much as we can. But anyway, with that said, we're about 10 minutes ahead of our planned schedule, so if it's okay, let's go ahead and take a break now. But let's come back about 10 minutes early, please, and we'll just continue with our agenda. If you need any kind of accommodations or if there's anything we can help with, just ask any of us, and we will certainly try to provide that for you. Drinks, bagels, facilities out in the hallway, and if there's anything else we can help with, just let us know, please. Okay, it looks like we're back together and perhaps some level of reorganized. We passed out, Linda Battles had us pass out 3 sheets of information about advisory committees and stuff like that, and we had some people that have came in late, and we're how many more copies do we need? Okay, here's a few extra. I see about 3 hands back there, 4 hands, so just a handful of copies will get us there, apparently. I'll pick those up in a minute, y'all, or Cheryl will pick those up. Cheryl, did you hear that? Okay. Yeah, we will try to get that out there on the website so you can have those at your institutions to share as well. And if any orders of business like that, just obviously communicate with us. Let's get with Cheryl and Rhonda. We didn't introduce them earlier, but they're the people that really made all this happen, as you know from the emails. But we really want to make the information available to you in a format that you can use it. But anyway, with that said, now we're going to go into Gary Johnstone's going to present and talk about a couple of bills this session. These have been introduced to you earlier, and I think it's important from a community college point of view to really try to reiterate the emphasis this legislative session on the workforce alignment, the high school, community, and technical college workforce piece, the skill development piece. There were perhaps 12 or 15 bills that headed down that road that said, hey, let's have the high schools and the community colleges work together. And then also, and Gary, hopefully I'm not going too far in your presentation, but then required us, the coordinating board, and the Texas Workforce Commission to work together to figure out how we meet the employment needs of the state of Texas and tie all that together collectively. And so hopefully I haven't stolen any of Gary's slides, and I will now introduce Gary Johnstone, or as I refer to him as the other Gary.
I think I'll tell them about the telephone conversation. Yeah, we get confused a lot with each other. I'm one R Gary, he's two R Garys, and I answered the phone, and one of our board members, the coordinating board, was on the phone, and trying to be respectful to his time. He started talking to me about the community college task force and about all the issues that they're going to present at the next meeting, and I was just taking notes, and because I knew he thought he was talking to the other Gary the whole time. So anyway, I made sure that that I got credit for that at the next meeting that of that committee. All right. One of the two bills that I want to talk about today, primarily the first one is SB 414, which started out, I was tracking that bill through the introduction, through the approval, started out as a bill that was specifically a regional bill. I don't know how many of you saw that, but it was introduced by a senator out of Harris County who introduced it as a authorization bill for a baccalaureate or BSN for Houston Community College, and authorizing them to offer a BSN in Harris County. And it didn't specifically say that, but everybody kind of knew that was what the purpose was. During the committee process, as happens a lot, some of the regional bills become larger and involve statewide stakeholders. And that's what happened to SB 414. It became a statewide study, what we're now calling the community college baccalaureate study. And what we're going to be doing, and the coordinating board is tasked to work with the Texas Workforce Commission. They have a lot of information that we will use. Workforce data, regional workforce data with the workforce boards, and then we have a lot of information about the degrees that have been awarded in the past. We can track those degrees and look into the workforce, to the people that are working in those positions, to see what degrees they actually have. If you're aware of the workforce boards, they have positions, and they have like a minimum degree educational requirement for that position. But then when you look at who is actually in those positions, sometimes the degrees that those people have doesn't match the minimum that the workforce board has put down. So what we're going to do in our study, what our goal is to analyze regionally where the workforce needs are that would align a baccalaureate degree issued by a community college with the workforce needs in that area. And unfortunately, the legislature put a very short timeline, and we didn't get started on June 1. And our deadline for this study is August 1st, 2014. So we have a short timeline. And as David mentioned earlier, we have reached out with some funds made available to us to hire the RAND Corporation, who has had a lot of experience with looking at workforce needs nationally, and they are going to help us with this study. They are going to facilitate the input and also help us develop a process in which we can, in the future, set up a model that we can analyze workforce needs and align the appropriate education field or institution with that workforce need. Whether it's a community college baccalaureate, whether it's a master's level engineering course, or a doctoral level nursing, we'll try to align those. The process of this study is to align those needs and suppliers for the state. So 414 is the baccalaureate study. HB 1296, a first part of that bill deals mainly with Texas Education Agency providing information to K-12 students on workforce careers. But what the coordinating board is required to do is to supply that information for TEA on where the workforce needs are of the state, along with Texas Workforce Commission. All three agencies have to work together to produce this information that'll be then a part of the curriculum at the K-12 area. Our timeline, this is only for the Community College Baccalaureate. We're having a webinar to kind of lay out the study in cooperation with the RAND Corporation on November 19th at 1:30. It'll be in this room. It'll also be broadcast. So we're asking you, as the representatives of the community and technical colleges, to inform your staff at your institutions that if they're interested in this study and how it's going to proceed, please tune in on November 19th at 1:30. It won't be a long presentation, and we're going to be asking for feedback from the participants. You and your others at your institution will receive an email from us that will ask you to send us a email response if you're going to participate in the broadcast. But two reasons for that. One, we want to know who's out there watching, and at a broadcast we can't know that all the time. The other is that following the broadcast, we want to have emails that we can send out to the institution representatives to get feedback, and we'll have a short survey with some questions about this study, and we'll hope that you'll provide us with that feedback. We'll also do a follow-up in February. The date's not determined yet, but you'll get information about the broadcast in February to review what we've learned so far. And this will be prior to the draft report being issued. And our timeline is next March, a draft report will be issued. There'll be time for you to submit comments from your institution, and then we will present that draft report with the feedback that we've gotten to our coordinating board committee at their regular meeting in June. And then once we've incorporated their comments, it'll be presented to the board at their July regular meeting for final adoption so that we can meet the deadline of August 1st to submit it to the legislature. Some of you have probably seen memos and communications from us already about this study. Our first reach out to you was to find out in the applied science field which fields you felt were the critical ones for us to include in this initial study. And I want to emphasize that this is only for the initial study. We had in our communication to you a long list of what we considered applied science fields, and hopefully with the model that we developed through this study, we will be able to go through that whole list as resources allow. But initially, we asked for the input as to what were the critical 2 or 3 fields that you felt should be looked at first. We're also, according to legislation, we need to receive stakeholder input from 4-year institutions, so we will be including them in our search for input. We will also have folks from the RAND Corporation go out to some of the regional workforce boards, work with their business service representatives to contact regional businesses who can provide input as to what are the critical needs and preparation for the graduates that they need in their workforce. And then we've also already identified several nursing associations, professional associations that we will be contacting representatives to help us also with feedback on the preparation of a baccalaureate for the community colleges, and also just some feedback as to what is the real need, workforce need, and preparation needs for students in Texas. Based on the input that we received, of course, we will be looking at nursing, so the BSN degree will be definitely covered. That is part of the legislation. And we will be looking regionally at across the state as to the need for how are we going to meet the need for BSN students in the state to meet the healthcare needs. Based on the input from several institution leaders, we have come up with 4 areas that we're going to look at initially, and that's computer and information sciences, fire science and fire science administration, health information medical records, and laboratory science technicians. And that last one could be pretty broad. We had several responses for biologicals lab technician all the way to oil and gas lab technician. So it's a pretty broad field. We're hoping that it will cover, it may be different for different regions in the states, and we're a big state, and where one field may be have a workforce need for in the petrochemical processing area, another regional area may need geological technicians. So geological sciences may be what is the need in that region. So that last one could cover a lot of different fields. I know I went over that pretty quickly, and I want to kind of also tell you, before I do that, any questions about the SB 414 study? If I'll go on and look at the larger workforce study. Okay, to prepare for HB 1296, which has a longer due date, I think it's February 2015, which isn't a whole lot longer, but it is a little bit longer. We're going to do both of these studies in cooperation with the RAND Corporation at the same time. So the regional workforce investigation and data collection that RAND and the coordinating board and the Workforce Commission will do, we'll do that looking at both the baccalaureate fields that we've identified here, as well as the overall workforce needs in not only the baccalaureate, but the professional fields and the engineering fields that are not covered in this. So that study, our plan is to have the initial draft report done by October of 2014. And so just like the SB 414 study, there will be a comment period in October next year from now for the stakeholders to comment about the HB 1296 study. And then we will present that to our board as a draft in December of 2014, and then have the final report adopted by our board in January 2015. And that information then will be used by the Texas Education Agency to provide information to the K-12 institutions, the school districts, and it'll also be used by the coordinating board for development of new programs or the expansion of existing programs where we don't feel like the state is prepared to meet those long-term workforce needs. This will be a 5-year lookout and beyond, and so some of those, as we know on most educational programs, if it's a new program, it's probably not going to be able to ramp up, get implemented and make a difference in the workforce in a 5-year period. But if there's an existing program that can be expanded or ramped up, that can meet the short-term needs. So with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions and that I can answer. I do want to tell you that we have in my division, Julie Eklund is also working, and Susan Brown and I are working on on both of these studies. So if you have any questions about the studies, or you want to and address those to me, or to Julie, or to Susan Brown. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Okay, those two bills and the studies that we have to produce, obviously they're community college specific, they're workforce specific. We will provide you updates as we go through the year and make progress on those. We encourage you to monitor those and watch those. As I said when I was introducing Gary, the alignment of workforce piece was such a major conversation out of the legislative session. I alluded earlier about getting here, and I think it was about my first day here, but it really wasn't. But all these bills started coming in, and McGregor kind of talked about how insightful he was to hire a workforce person about the time this workforce issue came to the surface. And so, if you know McGregor, I guess you can discuss that with that or not. But another bill that's not really ours, but I want to go ahead and mention it to you. You might be interested in watching a little bit, and we'll bring information to you as we kind of watch it. But it's House Bill, and I want to say 2496. Well, Gary left. I believe it's 2496. And it kind of does the back half of what we're supposed to do in 1296 with the Texas Workforce Commission. Don Perry's shaking his head. Is it 2496? Okay. When you don't know, just ask Don. But it requires TWC to go in essence, predict or analyze or develop a model of figuring out what the workforce needs of the state are, and put that together. And so, in essence, it's almost like we're challenged, the coordinating board, as Gary explained, we're challenged to do this supply and demand equation to where we're supposed to start matching education and workforce. TWC is supposed to start, matching the workforce needs. And so obviously there's some overlap in those two bills, and we will work together with TWC, as Gary said, to move forward on these. One other thing, another bill that's worth mentioning is House Bill 2036, which creates an educational commission to figure out what are the state's educational needs in 2036. And if you happen to be a Texas history buff, you might figure out that 2036 is the 200th anniversary of the founding of the state of Texas, and so that's perhaps why that bill was put out there the way it was. But there's a commission that will be named. The commissioner will be on the commission as the commissioner of TEA and TWC, and so they're supposed to start again this workforce alignment. And so the message or the theme is, how do we go from where we are today in education to meeting the needs of the state 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and I think 2036 is actually 23 years in the future. So kind of an overarching theme, if you will, there. But any questions about those? Okay. Now, the next several presentations we have on your agenda under academic and workforce updates. That is our division, the WAR division, as we like to call ourselves, Workforce Academic Affairs and Research, just in case you don't know that. But we've talked about developing a room and calling it the War Room, but we really haven't done that yet because we can't decide on what color of lights we would have in the War Room. But maybe Rex can figure that out for us. But anyway, the first presenter is Donna Carlin, and then we're just going to sequence through a series of presentations and provide you updates. If you have questions as we're doing these, we encourage you to ask the questions, and if not, we'll have a few minutes at the end of all the presentations to discuss everything that's going on in WAR. Well, maybe not everything in WAR, but everything related to community colleges, hopefully. Okay? Donna?
Thank you. Good morning. I wanted to start out with good news. As you know, Perkins is a federal grant that's awarded to states for the improvement of career and technical education. And I'm happy to say that despite the government shutdown on October 1st, we did get the second installment of funding for Perkins. So, we heard that there were only 13 people working in the office that day, but that Perkins was considered an essential function, and we were, awarded the second installment. Perkins is forward funded, and we get our first installment of funding on July 1st and the second installment on October 1st, and there was no delays in that. I know that we got a couple of emails of concern about that, but it was important enough that they had someone there specifically at the Department of Education and to provide that funding, and the NOGA, the contract that we get. So that's the really good news, and that'll continue. As far as funding of Perkins, it is a grant that's awarded to the state, and it goes to TEA, and we are a subcontractee. 70% of the funds goes to TEA, and 30% of the funds comes to the coordinating board for distribution to the 57 grant applicants who are the community and technical colleges in the state. So of the funding that we get, of which last year was approximately $23 million, 85% of that goes to the Perkins Basic Grant. Leadership grants, which I'll talk about in a minute, approximately 10% can go to Perkins Leadership Grants, and 5% is kept for administration. So the funds are awarded based on a formula, and that formula depends on the number of full-time equivalent students that are enrolled in CTE programs that are Pell Grant recipients. So every year, once we find out the amount of money that we'll get, and this year it was affected by the sequestration from March of 2013, the federal sequestration, we had a decrease of 8.7%. But once we know what the allocation is, then the formula is run, and that's how we determine. That's why your allocation changes a little bit every year, because it really depends on the number of CTE students. I know that this year some schools lost funding, while a few, I think there were 6 schools, that increased their funding. Also, any unspent money, and this is the time of year that we'll be awarding that, any money that's not spent the previous year comes back and it's all put in a pot together, and then we run the formula again, and that's how you get the reallocation. So we're working on that now. I just want to thank Jose Rios. I think he's in the room somewhere. He works really hard at the end of every fiscal year to determine the amount of funding that will be reallocated. This year it'll be $2.1 million, so you can expect, we hope, next week, the first week in November, to give you that amount once we run the formula again so that the schools can then submit their amendment. And those will be due, we think, approximately December 16th, and that'll be if we don't have any delays in this whole process. Normally, Perkins, it's up to the schools to determine how they want to spend their money or their allocation, but remember that it's for the enhancement of career and technical education. So some of the money, of course, is used for instructional equipment. And as we go out on our site visits to the different campuses, the schools are always so proud to show us the latest and greatest equipment that they've been able to purchase with the use of Perkins funds. And it is, for the most part, it's so impressive to see things like the high fidelity mannequins that are used for nursing, or the actual back of an ambulance that's used for the EMS programs that it actually looks exactly like the back of an ambulance, but you have the savings of the fuel and gas in driving an ambulance around, but you have the simulation of the actual piece of equipment, all the equipment that's used in the ambulances, as well as the 3D, printers, and all of you could probably tell me some of the wonderful equipment that you're using Perkins money to spend to upgrade what you have. Also, upgrading curriculum, guidance and counseling, and working with special populations. And I think that we're really seeing an increase in the amount of money that's spent. We hear anecdotally that the cost of sign language interpreters has just skyrocketed, and a lot of your money is having to go towards sign language interpreters. It's been unanticipated, and especially those of you that are in remote areas, the cost is very high. I think it's an average of about $50 an hour sometimes. So we know that this money is important to spend for those services. And a very large emphasis of Perkins is, of course, for professional development. And we hear all the time that if it were not for Perkins, that some of your faculty would not be able to go to the national conferences that are so important for the schools and for the faculty to keep up to date. With Perkins 4, which we're in the fourth authorization by Congress of Perkins, the core indicators of performance were put into the law, and those you can see there, the technical skill attainment. The second one, which really goes in line with what the commissioner said, and that's really student success or completion. And as a state, we are not meeting this for the second year, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. Student retention or transfer, student placement, and non-traditional participation and non-traditional completion, and that's one area that I think the feds thought was important enough that they put two core indicators about that. And we are meeting all of these indicators of performance as a state, except for 2P1, which is the credential, certificate, or diploma. And I've just, every 2 years, we negotiate with the Office of Vocational and Adult Education for what the performance indicators are, and then we provide that information every year in the Perkins application. And then for any schools that aren't meeting one of the core indicators, we ask you to submit a performance improvement plan. So I just made graphs of each one and to show you where we are. So on this one, we are not meeting the actual target, but we're meeting it within 90%, which is fine. 2P1, as I mentioned, because we're not meeting it, one of the things we were able to do successfully this year was to renegotiate with the feds for the performance standard, which was 38%. We were able to renegotiate down to 33%, and part of that was because of what's happening at the state level as far as the unemployment rate dropping. I think when we, 2 years ago, it was at 8%, and now we're down to 6.6%, which I'm hearing in some parts of the state is even lower. I just talked to someone from the Snyder area who said that in his area it's down to 4%. So we were able to provide that information to the feds and renegotiate down, but still, despite that, we're still not meeting that indicator. So it is the second year in a row, and we have to submit a performance improvement plan as a state to the feds each year as well. So that's one area that we still need to look at, and I ask that you share this information back on your campuses so that you're sure that, even down to the faculty level, some of the schools that are doing well, like Odessa College, I know that they're providing the completion rate for each of their faculty for each course every year. And then they use that not necessarily as a discipline measure, but as an opportunity to discuss with the faculty, what they can do to improve that with their students. And as a result, and I don't know if it's specifically because of this, they're about 17% over the target. So they've really made improvements. Laredo Community College, they have gone back, and instead of having students apply for graduation or apply for receiving a certificate, they're automatically awarding them. So there are things that are working around the state, and if any of you have made progress and are doing other things that are working, we'd be glad to hear about them too. The rest were meetings, so I'm going to go through that. Perkins State Leadership Grants. Each year we also put out an RFA for Perkins State Leadership Grants, and as I said earlier, up to 10% of the funds can be used for this. And these are really statewide projects that can have impact at a state level that focus on career and technology education improvement initiatives. This year we and that should say 2013, 2014. I'm sorry about that. It's a mistake at the top there. We do have the lists of grants here. Several of them have been funded in the past. And you will see here that instead of Midland College having the Weckham grant, that this year it's San Jacinto College. We do want to give a big thanks to Midland College. They had that grant for at least a decade. They did a wonderful job. But what happened there is also a result of the boom in the oil and gas industry, where it became almost impossible to get a hotel at the state rate. And because they bring in teams of faculty every summer to review the Weckham courses, it was becoming impossible to put faculty up and pay for it at the rate that the grant allowed. So we had a really smooth transition to San Jacinto College, and I just want to say thank you publicly to Midland for the years of work that they've done. Also, the Weckham Advisory Committee met yesterday, and I wanted to give Don Perry, who's the chair-elect for next year, a minute to give an update about that. Yeah.
Okay. Bringing faculty in based on the grouping of courses around career clusters. And with that being the focus now, when we bring our faculty in, we were seeing that from year to year, as we were looking in the fall for the following year, we were seeing unevenness in the amount of faculty in the workshops, because we have been doing this on a 3-year cycle. So we just presented yesterday and approved moving to a 4-year cycle for course review, and that is to also align with another state leadership program, which is the program of study program, so that the program of study will occur in the academic year before the actual Weckham course review, so that the outputs from the program of study reviews will be informing our faculty when they come to meet to review the courses.
Thank you, Don. So in the spring, we'll be putting out an RFA for next year, and encourage you, if you have good ideas that would have potential statewide impact, to please apply for a leadership grant. If you've applied in the past and haven't been funded, please continue to do so. We really need your ideas to help the state move forward with this. One other grant that will be considered by the board at the January board meeting is from Central Texas College. It came in after the timeline, and we use reserve funds to fund grants that are, really something that are important and needed by the state. And that grant will be for working with schools to determine, credit that can be awarded for military service and military training, and the Texas Credit for Heroes program, and so be looking for that as well. We do bring the grantees in twice a year. We'll be sending out a save the date for January 15th, and we do that in here and broadcast it out. So, be looking at that if you're interested in hearing more about the grants and, what their goals and deliverables are. We encourage you to, tune in and watch those presentations. And also in the spring, in lieu of bringing the grantees in the spring, we ask that they present at the TACTI conference, and last year the majority of grantees did presentations there. So that's a plug for attendance at the TACTI conference in the spring. The reauthorization of Perkins, I know that's all what you're all waiting for, and unfortunately, I don't have a lot to tell you about that. There has been one hearing that happened in September. There is still, we are told, great interest in career and technical education at the Capitol, and haven't heard anything about the possibility of Perkins not being reauthorized, but of course, you never know. So the one hearing that was held, it was primarily people that came in from high schools to talk about the importance of CTE and what it's done for their students in moving forward and getting jobs. So that, of course, will be forthcoming. The OVA's blueprint has been widely published. I wanted to provide you the link to that again. What it says, I wanted to quickly, I know I talked about this last time, but quickly tell you about this so it's not a surprise, but what's in the blueprint, but from what I'm told, this isn't necessarily what will happen. And there are some things that are of concern, but that, of course, states would be empowered to identify the in-demand occupations in high-growth industry sectors on which CTE programs should focus, that the funding would be based on consortia that would consist of secondary, post-secondary, and business and industry, based on programs of study, a possible 25% private sector match, and then within state competition to distribute the funds to consortia. That's the one that would be of concern, because as you know, we have the small, medium, large, and extra large community colleges, and it's usually the small colleges that don't have the grant writers that might have the most trouble being funded. So although I've been assured by the executive director of the state directors for Perkins that won't happen. It's in the blueprint, so that remains to be seen. And I'll end with that. I know I've exceeded my time. So if you have any questions, I think we'll have time after our session. Okay, thank you.
A comment to follow up on Donna and Perkins and the discussion about working with the high schools. House Bill 5 has a provision in there about creating local option courses. Of course, obviously we encourage partnerships between your colleges and the high schools, but the concern is that we make sure that those courses remain rigorous and that they're actually, high-level CTE courses, which we know y'all will do that. We have had quite a few different business and industry groups reach out to us and kind of express concern. And of course, we have said that we know the colleges will partner appropriately. And before I came here, I partnered with Karen Alexander and Achieve Texas and all that work that's been done to develop programs of study. And as Don Perry discussed, the program of study initiative that is continuing. So, but that's just a bit of a concern, perhaps, that I would share with y'all. And as I say, a concern is a concern from business and industry. But I think we all know that business and industry, they're talking about students for high skill, high wage, high demand jobs. They're looking for rigorous programs. They're not looking to lower the bar. And so I just want to share that with y'all. And with that, I'll introduce Dwayne Hiller, who maintains the WECM database for us. And so, Dwayne, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Gary, and good morning, everybody. Here to talk about the WECM. I'm sure you've all known this document we've had for over 10 years. And I've been fortunate that I've kind of been on the ground floor, because back when I was starting here, I was kind of a data analyst, and so I was inputting all the courses into the original database back when we had WordPerfect documents, and it was quite a challenge. But first, just a recap of what the purpose of WECM is. Again, it's providing a course inventory of workforce education courses that any college in the state can use and report for funding. The main purpose of this catalog is to provide quality and consistency across the state. Again, this is that from one college to another. Each course has a set of minimum learning outcomes that each college is required to teach. And so you know that if the student comes in from Odessa to Houston or from Amarillo to Laredo and they have a certain course number, you'll know that they have at least a minimum amount of learning from that course. Wanted to provide flexibility for whenever an employer comes to your college and says, we want you to start a program, a certificate program or a CE program in a certain field. Instead of having to write the courses, you still have to write the syllabi, but instead of having to create the whole course from scratch, you can look in the catalog and see if there's a course that matches what your needs are. And with this, we can help you put the program together and put it in motion in less amount of time than it used to take, which is that you would have to write the courses, send it to the coordinating board, wait 30 days to hear back from us, and then try to start the program. Also provides for portability of the credit and credentials. Again, when you have the common courses and the common outcomes, colleges will know what their transfer students have received, or what education they've received, and so they can transfer that rather than having to take the course all over again. And there's access to workforce education degrees and career advancement. Degrees are generally stackable, and once you have a foundation core of certain courses, you can go up to the next level, from level 1, level 2 to associate degree and on. So you can stack these credentials using courses that you've taken previously. We have articulation at secondary and post-secondary level, where high school students can take college-level courses for dual credit and then receive credit for that when they enroll in college. We have some high schools that will actually teach up to 15 hours, which is a level 1 certificate, so they can graduate from their high school with their high school diploma and a level 1 certificate at the same time. This helps them get onto their career path a lot faster. Again, this is due to courses that the high schools and colleges work together to provide. Also, the incorporation of industry-established skill standards. as skill standards are developed, rather than each college having to put it into their course and submit it for approval, we put it into the main course in the database, and so the course becomes a collection of all these skill standards, and everyone in the state will use them at the same time and for the same skills. As you probably know, last September we rolled out the new look of the WECM database, and we also have a new back end, I guess you could say, of the database. It provides for a lot easier searching, and rather than having 3 or 4 courses that looked alike, but they were just different options for the same course, we now have them grouped together. We also have a feature where you can look up the history of a course to see what changes have been made over the years. Again, since this is the first year we've run this, we don't have any real history records yet, but as we have workshops and different revisions are made, then these will become apparent. Question was raised about why the healthcare website took so long to get started. Unfortunately, because all the really good web developers were working here on this site, so that's why they couldn't quite get it in Washington. But we have a really good staff of IT, who basically I said, well, this is what we want, and then they just put it all together like this. They made it look very similar to the ACGM website, which kind of gives you a bit of familiarity if you've worked with that website, and kind of a standard for all of the coordinating board websites to pretty much look and feel the same. Again, the search is now based on reports. When you do a search, it'll give you a report, a list of courses, and then you click on each link to get the description of the course, and then so on. We also have different reports. I don't have them all as examples now, but we also have different, like history and detailed history. The history report will show, like, if a course outcome or learning outcomes or course descriptions have been changed, or any other features of the course have been changed. And then the detailed history will show if, for each course number, what types of changes have been made. I'll have an example of that a little bit later. Again, once you put in a search feature, and again, it's the same search features as in the previous versions. We have a search by zip code, rubric, description, outcome, titles, and again, you can put in any combination of these. Just a word of caution, as you probably know, the more information you put in, the increases the likelihood that the course will not be found if it doesn't match all of the criteria. So if you know you need a course that's taught in the business, you may not want to narrow it down too much, or you might not find it. Keep it a broad search and then narrow it down as you get the results. Again, the search button will give you a list of all the courses that meet your criteria. And from here, you can click on the course title to get a description and the course numbers and contact hours for that course. In the future, again, when you click at this level, there will be a link at the bottom that will say course history, and that will lead you to a very similar screen, but it'll just show the previous version or versions of that course. Again, if you want a printout of all the courses, we've had many requests. Sometimes could I have a printout of the WECM? I go, well, if you have a case of paper that you'd like to print on, then sure. But now you can do this yourself, and if you click on the detail button, it'll print out all the courses that fit your criteria. Again, if you leave it blank, you can print out all 5,000 pages of this WECM if that's your desire. But normally we recommend that you just do it in sections. And what this will do is just give you a continuous form just of all the courses that fit your criteria. Again, I was talking about the history description and history detail from this menu part. We have different search criteria for these. You can search by workshop or by year the course was last reviewed. We also group them by cluster. We were talking about career clusters earlier. If you want to see all courses in a certain cluster that were changed in the past year, you can add that to your search criteria. And again, this will show you all the changes that have been made will be highlighted in yellow. And so you can see the old version and the new versions kind of side by side. just remember from this previous page on the output options, you can select either PDF or HTML, which will just put it on your screen. You can also download it into an Excel file or a active report. I'll show you an example of that in a minute. But that will help you, like if you want to download it and do any data manipulation or import it into your course inventory program. Again, I was talking about the active report. What this is on screen, it'll give you a sheet that has basically the same functions as an Excel spreadsheet. You can click on the upside down triangle on each column, and it'll give you a list of options. You can do sorting, filtering, different options, very similar to an Excel spreadsheet. And this will be on the screen. Again, you can also download this or print it. That's basically all I had about the WECM. Like you say, there's a lot more to it. You can look at different types of reports. We have one I didn't show you, but we have like frequency reports of all courses over the past 5 years, how many times each course has been taught. Again, if you click on that now, it'll give you an error message. Unfortunately, I forgot to tell our programmers to transport that table into the active database. So that'll be up shortly. But we also have a list of like special topics and local need courses that have been reviewed at the workshops. You can search on those also. And again, if you have any questions or if you have anything in the comments about WECM, you can give me a call or email me, and I'll be happy to help you with that. And after that, that's pretty much all I have. Thanks.
Any questions for Dwayne? There's Linda.
This might need to go to the leadership committee.
Studies where we'll see that.
The programs of study, learning outcomes. Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I can perhaps plug programs of study, we could probably do a whole lot more if we had more commonality across the state, if we could get many of the different disciplines more focused, perhaps between the lines a little bit. Then maybe when we have the WECM workshops during the summer, perhaps we could focus on how we can better implement these programs, or how we can help different faculty members or help students, or perhaps why is this program at this college so much more successful than the one at this college. I was presenting somewhere at a conference somewhere, and somebody asked me, well, why don't y'all analyze all the different programs? Why don't you go in and analyze the welding programs and see, where the good programs are and where the bad programs are? And the programs are all basically different, so the analysis would be an apple, orange, grapefruit comparison, I guess.
Of course, they're all good, so how can we compare that?
Thank you, Dwayne. And now, Melinda Valdez is going to talk to you about the core curriculum and its upcoming due dates and all that kind of stuff, among other things. Melinda?
Yes, I'm not sure if any of you have heard of it, core curriculum, but we're going to talk about it today. And I know I'm what stands, or one of the people that stands between you and lunch, so I promise to be brief. So this is more, not so much an update, more of a review, really, and I want to be here to answer your questions as I go along or after, so feel free. So here are the 8 foundational component areas, also known as the FCAs, and the component area option, also known as the CAO, and then their corresponding transcript codes to make up the total SCH of 42. The descriptions of each FCA, along with the corresponding core objectives, both required and optional. And again, critical thinking communication are required for each FCA and the CAO. So the component area option, the hot topic from implementation onward. So all proposed courses must align with the description of at least one of the FCAs. In option A, there you'll see at least 3 semester credit hours must match the FCA description and the corresponding core objective. Option B, up to 3 semester credit hours, again, must match the FCA, and a minimum of 3 core objectives. Again, critical thinking, communication skills is a given, and then the institution selects the 3rd core objective for a total of 6 semester credit hours, and again replaces the institutionally designated option that was in the former core. And the CAO replaces, or excuse me, the overflow FCH from other FCA is also how you can think of the CAO. And it again allows for student choice and flexibility. So assessment, a close runner-up for the hot topic next to the CAO, if not a tie at this point, actually. So you're determining your method for assessing the attainment of the 6 core objectives in the entire core curriculum. Include direct and indirect measures, and then all of the SACS information there. Any questions thus far? Yes, sir.
I might as well just leave this with you, Don.
Encourage away, yes.
I would encourage the coordinating board staff to seriously look into more detail about meeting the requirements of SACS Comprehensive Standard 351 in relation to the Texas Core. 351 is about general education assessment. And while this core is certainly rather comprehensive of general education as offered in Texas, it is not the totality of. And so I really am concerned if institutions use their core and use that argument before their SACS teams come and visit.
Thank you for that comment and suggestion.
Yeah, I just recently chaired an on-site visit, and the posture of SACS is, I mean, you can't punt to the state. You can't say, you know, the state makes us do this core thing, and so we're good. You have to be able to explain it and do the charts and everything else like that. But there's nothing inconsistent between what we're doing with the core curriculum and our assessments and gen ed, but you can't just simply say, here we are doing it in Texas, and you can look up the numbers and look up the CoBoard website. We can't do that.
Okay, thank you. So next, again, what's required by the end of November? A brief summary, again brief, of the process procedures for your course approval. Again, please include that faculty and committee involvement. And I'm recognizing a few names. I know some of, not names, excuse me, faces and names. I know your institution, what institution you represent, rather. And so I know that we've received quite a few of your submissions already. Core objective assessment. So determining the attainment level of each of those core objectives. And then your plan to include those methods, targets, criteria, analysis, and actions and follow-ups. I mean, everything you see there is exactly what we're looking for and what we're hoping to find. And if we don't, we will call you, and we'll talk about it, we'll discuss it, we'll get it right, and we'll make sure that you're set. So no worries there. Proposed courses. That second check mark, I'll let you know the syllabi is probably the most commonly seen type of evidence that we've had submitted. Again, there's other things that have been submitted that have worked, but usually I'm asked for themes of what we're seeing and what's working, what's easiest for both parties, and so wanted to throw that in there. So again, just a reminder, you have until the end of next month on the 30th. We will have all the reviews completed by February, and it does take effect fall 2014. Say it again?
When can we start amending it?
When can you start amending it? We'll talk at lunch. Let's have a nice long conversation on that. Any other questions? It is, and I know, again, lunch is coming up, and I don't want to, I know what we'll start discussing will be compounded somewhat, possibly by others, and I know that it's a worthwhile conversation and that I've had many, many, many times before, and I've learned. So we'll speak. And anyone else? I'll be sitting right here in the middle of the room during lunch. Please come chat. Absolutely. Most certainly. Well, let me not speak for my boss.
Well, we have a couple of minutes now. I mean, I guess, is this something that you need to submit in November and change in January? Or, I mean, what's...
Well, that's a case-by-case conversation I need to have, really. But I will still sit and... Always.
All right, let me try and address this a little bit. So I talked with the chief academic officers last week from the universities, and they too had questions and concerns, I think, that mirror the ones that you all have. So one of the concerns was, oh my gosh, is this going to be permanent forever? No, it's not going to be permanent forever. What you submit on November 30th will be in place for the next fall calendar year. The problem that we were having here at the coordinating board is that we were having institutions submit 6, 8, 10 different revisions to the court during the year. Really? No, you can do it one time now. You get one time. So beginning in March 2014, you can begin to submit any changes, but you have to submit one time. One time, you get one time, and those changes will go into effect fall 2015. Got it? Well, and we can work with you on this a little bit, but we will give you, up until whatever time you tell us you think that something has to be ready for your calendar, and we're assuming that's going to be in March. So, right. Absolutely. You don't all have to submit on the very same day. We understand that's not reasonable either. But you have to submit one time. So if you submit once, you're done. Then you can submit for the next year once March rolls around or whatever we say in terms of that. Does that make sense going forward? All right.
Sissy.
And more of a comment. I have full faith that you'll get back to us in February. But if that response in February is we have a lot of problems with what you have submitted and we need to make changes, which will affect my degree plans, publishing my catalog, that's what makes me nervous. So I guess my suggestion is as you review, and as colleagues we talk, what are you doing with the PhD courses? What are you doing with the Psych 1300? So we have a lot of similarities and a lot of concerns. As you go through the initial batches, if you see common issues that are just going to come down the pike, if you could let us know, because it's the degree plans that really worry me. It's hard for me to change all those in March of 2014.
Absolutely. That's an excellent feedback to us. What we're going to be doing, we already have some beta folks already in-house, and we have a draft letter that I can tell you that my boss, Rex, has approved. That was his first order of work 2 months before he came here to work or whatever, or just before we paid him to do this work. That's unfortunate. So anyway, we do have a draft letter of approval ready to go. So as your cores are approved by the staff, we'll send out that approval letter so that you all get notice as quickly as possible. And as we're going through each of those component areas, we'll be contacting you to fix it along the way if we see any problems, any concerns. So, absolutely.
Yes, what we've done, what we worked very hard to do, and we've been successful thus far 100% of the time. As it initially comes in, we do a quick review, of course, to look for those themes that we've seen already in the beginning when we had our testing phase. And to be honest, the very first, second, third submissions. When we ask for that one contact person and their phone number and anything else you can give us, email, everything and anything to contact them, we do right away. We say, if you can help us, direct us to the right person. And we've been fortunate enough to hear right back the same day, if not the next day, to make sure that we can nip it in the bud, whatever is going on there. And usually it's very minor. Let me tell you, it's a matter of communication where I just need to speak to you for 30 seconds on the phone or a couple email exchanges, done, and we can move on. So as we're getting them in, we do that. And again, there is that initial review, a primary review, then a secondary, and then a leadership review. So it's very thorough. If we see something, it'll be evident, and we will contact you.
Right. Would it also be fair to say that the criteria, I mean, the first run through, you're going to be looking basically for, does it have all the elements, and does it make, does it does it meet the letter of the standards? And then
that's fair so far.
As we get more sophisticated with this and we get better at it, then the criteria will go up for, well, you don't have this type of assessment or that type of assessment or things like that. Again, I think that's the thing that people are really worried about more often than not, is the definitions are not clear until we actually apply them.
And again, it depends. Again, it's a case-by-case situation. It depends on the delivery of the institution of what they're giving us, how thorough and how they laid it out for us. That makes sense. More questions, please? And again, I'll be here at lunch. Feel free to join me. Thank you very much.
Stacey, we're next. Thanks, Melinda. And obviously, we found at least a topic of concern this morning. So, communicate with Melinda. And it's, as I've said multiple times, the whole purpose is to really and truly keep the channel of communication open and to solve problems as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And it's probably incorrect to say solve problems, but to communicate as quickly and as effectively as possible to save you time and not be a barrier to printing catalogs or changing degrees or anything like that. But anyway, so now Stacey and I are going to do an update. I'm going to talk about GIPWE, and then Stacey is going to talk about the 60 semester hour changes Dom alluded to this morning. But I can find the clicker. I already did that slide. So what we're going to talk to you about. Okay, GIPWE has not been revised since 2010, and it's my understanding that historically GIPWE has been a collection of short stories, perhaps, to where different people have written different sections. What we're doing right now is we started on page 1, and we're reading and we're working, and we're going all the way through GIPWE. It's going to be a significantly changed document whenever we make it, when we finish it, or when we bring it to you. Now, what we're going to do is, once we get a draft, we're going to reach out to the institutions, to y'all. Danny Day and Sissy Matthews are here today. I will probably try to have a conversation with them to perhaps try to set up a conference call to where we can start having some conversations about the draft version. We have gone through all of the chapters at least once, and we're working on Chapter 3, and we are going to, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think Jose schedules a couple hours tomorrow afternoon to try to work through Chapter 3. And so we hope to give you all a version that is changed, that it's a better document. We wanted to make it more of a living document. with information technology available the way it is now, in the past, GIPWE had SIP codes in it, and it had 6 or 8 or 10 pages of SIP codes. What we're going to do is, or what we're suggesting to do, what we would like to do, is to put a link to the SIP codes on the TX Higher Ed data site, and that way, when the SIP codes change, we'll change them on that site, and it'll just be there, and it'll be, you'll always have the latest, greatest information. Rules, rather than cutting pages of rules, we're again going to link to rules, have links that just take you right straight to the rules. So as the rules change, GIPWE will be up to date. And so that's kind of the process that we're working on. And so hopefully you will like the edits. We're open to comments, as I've said. I hope that we have it finished, and it kind of depends on how we do on Chapter 3 tomorrow, really and truly. I'm going to have some conversations, reach out, schedule some conference call, make it available to y'all, look at it. You can write and edit, and then we will ultimately come up with a final copy, hopefully fairly soon.
But is this particular
Well, currently, I mean, we're going through and trying to do an edit, and then we're going to go to the field and let y'all edit. What I was going to say, kind of my next bullet point, is what we're working on is we want to make sure the edits and the information is changed to coincide as you go into your CNI processes and you start working on the 60-hour limit and these kind of things. And that's one reason why we put this together, because we see it that there's a close relationship there. I suggested at TACTI back in April that if anybody from the field wanted to write a copy and send it to me, I'd be glad to look at it. And nobody took me up on that offer, and so we're writing a copy. But what we're going to look at doing is using the compare feature in Word to see if we can compare, if we can take the version we've put together and put the existing version out there so that you can have something you can read and edit from. We have not tried this yet. My concern, I don't know how the compare feature will do this, but I told you we cut 8 or 10 pages of SIP tables out of it. If it just leaves 8 or 10 blank pages, that might be fine. But if it tries to start matching up what used to be page 7 here and is now page 27 there and stuff like that, I don't know if that'd be a good tool or not. But we're certainly going to look at that and make it available the best way we can from y'all. And again, we will reach out to the organizations, TACTI, TCCIA, and TACE, schedule conference calls. I will say as many as needed, but obviously we want to accommodate, but we want to move on as well. So let's figure out what works. As far as adoption, I've got spring 2014. Again, I talked about we're really just trying to figure out what works for y'all more so than trying to say we're going to have it on January 11th. There you are. Okay? And we'll go ahead and let Stacy do the 60-hour rule, and then we'll do questions, okay?
Thank you, Gary. Yes, the GIPWE was fun to read. But it's a little tedious, and it definitely needs some updates. And really, I think the message out to you all needs to be that we're cleaning it up, making it align with any existing new rule changes, and getting rid of language that's no longer relevant, honestly. And, stepping into that 21st century and linking it online and making it accessible that way as well. All right, now on to the reality that the legislature passed legislation two ways, Senate Bill 497, I believe, and also in our sunset legislation, SB 215, to mirror that existing statute, which is in 61.0515 of Texas Education Code, which limits the semester credit hours of bachelor's degrees to 120. That was done back in, I believe, legislation passed in 2005, and really schools were all online, and it was implemented in fall 2008. So that being said, this is the average time to an associate's degree. We've got the required credits of 60 and the statewide average credits of 96. So now associate's degrees are going to be capped at 60 semester credit hours unless the institution provides a compelling academic reason. And let's see. So, oh, there we go. I guess I should have flipped my pages first. Clearly I didn't. So to earn an associate degree, a student may not be required by an institution of higher education to complete more than the minimum number of semester credit hours required for the degree by a SACS or its successor, unless the institution determines there's a compelling academic reason. The board may review one or more to ensure compliance, and this is effective as of fall 2015. So let's go to the next. All right, so in Chapter 9 of the board rules, we just approved this by the board at our most recent October meeting. We changed the compelling academic reason definition because we recognize that not one size fits all, and that there may be a compelling academic reason, and I will give the example with nursing. But I will also say that what we'll be doing with specific disciplines, for example, nursing, is asking for folks' input. Tell us what's reasonable. What is the standard that we should have degrees set at? Should it be 66 semester credit hours? Can you all achieve that? Is that reasonable? What we hear an awful lot is that there is not only difficulty among transfer for students from a 2-year to a 4-year degree, there's also an awful lot of difficulty for students facing the challenge of transferring from one community college to another community college. And that challenge is something that we need to address as well. And hopefully by looking at field-specific or discipline-specific areas, we can do that. So this is the other rule. If the minimum number of semester credit hours required to complete a proposed associate's degree exceeds 60, the institution must provide a detailed written documentation describing the compelling academic reason. These include things like programmatic accreditation requirements, statutory requirements, licensure requirements. So, for example, nursing, if the nurses aren't going to be able to pass the licensure exam because they haven't had some critical course, that's a compelling academic reason. By this definition, maybe not by just the specific, the license requires that you complete X number of hours. But the end goal is that we want the students to pass their licensure exam. So the coordinating board will review the documentation provided and make a determination to approve or deny requests to exceed the 60 semester credit hour limit. Institutions must be in compliance again by fall 2015. So here we go. A college may offer a specialized academic associate degree that incorporates a board-approved field of study, curriculum as prescribed by Rule 4.3 of this title, chapter that relating to field of study curricula. And a portion of the college's approved core curriculum if the coursework for both would total more than 60 semester credit hours. Does that make sense? So that your core plus your degree, your content would not exceed 60 semester credit hours. And a college may offer a specialized academic associate degree that incorporates a voluntary statewide transfer compact and a portion of the college's approved core curriculum if the coursework for both would total more than 60 semester credit hours. There you go. Questions? So that is just a revision in the academic piece of the rules. So for the academic associate's degrees, this is for those specialized board-approved field of study, it's just removing that down to 60 semester credit hours. Additionally, for those transfer compacts, we're moving those down to 60 semester credit hours. Again, I'm going to go back to the compelling academic reason. So engineering may have a compelling academic reason to exceed that. And we'll work with you guys. Yes. No, we don't have that worked out yet. Well, we will work with you together to work it out. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Yeah, it's clear as mud, right? Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. We're working on that now. We're working, as Dr. Gardner earlier this morning was talking about the reality that folks are not using the field of study. We want to revisit that. We want to make sure that institutions know what they are, first and foremost, and then use them. I think we have another question back here. Yes? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go ahead. We are sure hopeful that that's not going to happen. Because your compelling academic reason must be really that is our challenge. And honestly, Don is absolutely right. We want this to work for you, and we want it to work for your students. We're not here to tell you how to do it or what the limits should be, but we want you guys to know that this is the expectation. The expectation's been set by the legislature. How we get there, we need your help to all go there.
I'm looking at Kathy first. Sorry.
Along those same lines, you've mentioned two possibilities, nursing and engineering.
Yes.
We already have a compact for engineering.
Right.
If there is a compelling reason, after discussing with the four-year institutions on transferability, then why wouldn't that be just built into the compact so that we're not all wasting our time working with the coordinating board individually to try to do this?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can do that for engineering, can we not do that for other disciplines where there is some avenue where we're all working together instead of individually addressing each and every program?
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons we reached out initially to nursing, because we know that, hey, you're all trying to get to the end game of passing that exam, having those students pass that exam. Let's all work there to get to that goal. So, yes. Some of the others may be a little more difficult to achieve, but, it might be messy, but we'll still get there.
And I guess I'm not sure if there's a connection here, but does Weckham and GIPWE, do they have to then have alterations and changes to make sure that this compelling reason is kind of folded into the workbooks?
In GIPWE, we have on the program certification form that you submit when you're submitting a program, we took the language out of rules that says there's a line that currently says how many semester credit hours are there in this proposed degree, and then underneath there we put note, and we just cut and paste the rule. And of course we've added that in a couple other places in the draft version of GIPWE, that Chapter 3, where it talks about the limits of the certificate programs, not the certificate programs, the degree programs, that has been changed to reflect these rule changes. And then again, that note that says, hey, what's the compelling academic reason? And just one second, Don. And, since this is just as new to us as it is to y'all, we're kind of working our way through it. But as Stacy says, we're going to have to work our way through it together. If you submitted, this is, just kind of me talking out loud, if you submitted a degree that has a lot of 4-hour courses in it, hypothetically, and it's 66 hours or whatever the number is, and the 3-hour equivalent versions are already in WECM, well, it seems like you could probably get there just by using the 3-hour version. So I mean, there's going to be some conversation, but we obviously want to work together and work it out and try to figure out what the solution is. Obviously, as we've kind of said a couple of times, if we work together at the state level, which I know that's us, but part of it is y'all have got to kind of tell us how do we do that. We're all on board with these conversations. And Don, just bear in mind you're holding up lunch. I know.
Chapter 6 of GIPWE is specific to program revisions. And currently, 2010 edition says that we do not have to submit revisions if the credit hour change is 6 or less, up or down on either side. So, with the number of technical programs that might be at 67 up to 72 around the state, the workload in terms of what we have to do and what y'all are going to have to do is going to be high. And it's going to be a lot of work. Has there been any staff consideration about, since you're going to be revamping the GIPWE anyway, looking at Chapter 6 and looking at that particular aspect?
Well, again, I think that's one of those conversations we obviously have got to explore, and maybe our new assistant commissioner will have a solution. But obviously, it's going to be a floodgate. With them being reductions, which I assume the majority of them will be, the approval process is going to be more straightforward, I would think. But obviously, if there's a way that we can help y'all to take the burden off of the institution, because I mean, we're talking, 50 colleges times 50 degrees or something like that. That's a bunch of stuff we understand. And so, as we go down the road, and perhaps back to my slide about the planned implementation date, that's part of the discussion of once we start working of what date helps you get this done so that we comply with that we help you comply with the legislation is I think our message. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then.
One other thing is that you have met 2 of our new staff, right? So everybody met them. Jessica and Mindy are right back there. We've also hired 2 additional program directors who have not started with us at this time. So they will start in the next couple of weeks. But your staffing question's a good one.
With that said, we've finished the morning session. Lunch is right through the open door, and we're scheduled to reconvene right at 1 o'clock. We've gone a couple minutes long here because Don asked too many questions, but we're good. And again, if we can help you with anything or assist, just let us know. That said, we will start the second half of the day. I hope you had plenty to eat and plenty of cookies and soft drinks. And yes, Cheryl, that Blue Baker? Blue Baker is a deli, I guess. It's kind of a local. It's very good stuff if you're ever in Austin and need a place to eat or something. A little shameless plug for them. But anyway, with that said, we're going to get into our next presentation. Again, kind of got 2 or 3 different kind of conversations collectively together here because they kind of are intertwined and related, and trying to present it in a format most useful for you. And so with that said, Suzanne Morales-Bell and Andrew Lofters are going to talk to you about TSI, dual credit, and that kind of stuff. And with that, I'll go from there.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay, everything you ever wanted to know about TSI. I'm going to go ahead and start with, and this is an update, because obviously we've been working through the protocols and our policies and procedures for a number of years now. But I always like to start with a slide which basically explains why we're doing what we're doing. Why are we going through all this crazy change, right? And of course, our number one answer is because we want to better serve our students. But you may have seen this slide in many of our presentations. We like to be consistent. But this tells a story. If you're looking at 100 students who come to your institution, have taken the assessment, and were told they were not college ready, how many actually enroll in their first developmental ed course? And once they have done that and gone through the gauntlet and achieve college readiness, and by the way, remember you can also achieve college readiness by retesting on the assessment. Look at that the second row there. And then how many then from that original 100 actually attempted their first college level course in the relevant subject area and then successfully completed. And if we look especially in the math, well, all of these numbers are not very thank you. Perfect word. Not very positive. Thank you, Joe Carroll. But especially in the math area. And so this tells the story of why we need to change what we've been doing. You're familiar with, of course, the Academic Course Guide Manual, and we have gone through the developmental ed component of that manual, and we do have learning outcomes now that were approved by the ACGM committee last fall, and all of the outcomes are ready to go except for the developmental ed math, the lower level math, and we're working with the Dana Center and a number of stakeholders, and we originally were hoping to have that by fall, but we are looking at the spring time period now. I'm sorry, that should say spring 2014, but we're looking at a spring time period for the DE math, and of course it will be informed by what's happening with the Math Center project, the new Mathways project at the Dana Center, as well as a number of other initiatives. The assessment instrument, we all are familiar with its, we had, I think, a very uneventful, from what I'm hearing from the field, an uneventful launch, a successful launch in the fall. Of course, we all know how it is different from prior assessments. Prior assessments, the assessment helped to determine whether the student was college ready or not. And now we're looking at not only being able to help determine when a student is college ready, but the not college ready category is now divided into two areas, developmental education and adult basic ed levels. Of course, we also have a diagnostic component that will kick in for all students who don't hit the college readiness standard based on the initial placement component of the test. And of course, we can see all of the assessments and standards that the new assessment is aligned with. And of course, it is also computer adaptive. So getting more details about the classifications. Again, college ready, that if the student meets that standard, the student can enroll in any entry-level course without any further restriction. The developmental education levels, for the purpose of this assessment, we have defined that to be the knowledge and skill levels roughly equivalent to grades 9 through 12. These are based on the National Reporting System Educational Functional Descriptors. These are the federal standards. If you look at the EFLDs, those are specifically defined as levels 5 and 6. And adult basic ed, we are, for the purposes of TSI, defining those as knowledge and skill levels of roughly grade equivalent of grade 1 to 8.9 knowledge and skill levels, defined in the EFLDs as levels 1 through 4. So I had mentioned earlier that this new assessment also includes a diagnostic component, which we hope will form and provide some very important information as institutions address the holistic advising component that they now are able to do. So when they look at a student's results, they can now also have additional information for those who were not college ready. And just to clarify that students who hit the college readiness standard will not be taken into a diagnostic test. They simply complete the assessment and then can enroll. Those who are not college ready will be taking a diagnostic test either at the developmental levels, again, roughly equivalent to grades 9 through 12, or at the ABE levels, and that's below ninth grade. This is an example of what a report, a diagnostic profile report, will look like. And this is, of course, on the math subject area, and you can see it's divided into 4 domains, and it will give you a quick visual snapshot, red, yellow, green, of the student's strengths and weakness in that particular strand area as defined under each of those red, yellow, and green snapshots. You can see specifically which performance indicators make up that particular domain. And if you look at this, I think most of you would agree probably that this student is a great candidate for the mainstreaming or course pairing option, where the student can go ahead and enroll in the credit bearing, but also still provide that necessary developmental education support simultaneously. We know that the new assessment was launched this fall, and we have also been letting institutions know that this year we're calling it a transition year, where we expect institutions to identify and continue to serve students, even those testing into the ABE levels, with options that are currently available at your institutions. And we know that there's a wide range of options. Many institutions do have very successful options for students that are testing into the ABE levels, while others, we're hearing from the field, others are not so clear or are unsure what those options are. So during this transition year, we ask institutions to do a needs analysis, a needs assessment at their own institutions, to come to the table, not only the various constituencies on campus, but also within the community, potentially, such as workforce solutions and literacy, community literacy-based programs that potentially can serve students at these skill levels. Bring people to the table, find out what do we have, what did we have that we weren't aware of, and where still are our gaps. And we're going to be asking you to provide feedback on those gaps, because that will help us to form this, what we're calling an ABE operational plan. And as you can see here, we are definitely meeting with our partner agencies. We are definitely addressing research on the national and state level for the programs that have been shown to successfully address the skill levels of these students. We are soliciting feedback. We had 3 webinars recently. We were asking for feedback and input regarding issues. What are your issues on campus? What are some potential solutions, some potential ways you are already considering to potentially address this group of students? We are, of course, also addressing a potential legislative agenda related to policies and funding, and this is based, most importantly, on your feedback. And we hope to have this plan finalized in a final state after your feedback in April, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. And, of course, a key component of this, what we definitely want to do, is provide professional development and training at every level for institutions that may already have options for students testing into these levels and maybe want to consider additional options or ways to align the options better at their institutions, all the way through institutions that don't think that they have any options currently available. And we want to provide this professional development and training before implementation of the plan, so that everyone, we hope, will have the requisite tools and resources available to provide the best options and opportunities for this group of students. You're familiar with the phase-in cut scores. I just thought I'd bring this up again. So just to remind everyone, and by the way, we do have the phase-ins, but we want to remind everyone that after we have a large enough sample size, we will be analyzing the data with College Board and with other stakeholders to determine whether 350, for example, in math, those students who had the 350 were enrolled in credit-bearing courses without any sort of support. How did those students do, especially in comparison to current models and ways that we've been addressing students? So we will be evaluating these as soon as we get enough large enough sample size, and that may occur before, and we may make any changes in that potentially to consider based on the data, and that we may not necessarily have to wait until fall 2017 for that. And so again, we have the developmental education range cut scores at the bottom. So a student scoring between 336 and 349 would be considered at the developmental education level. However, remember, with the holistic advising protocol, we know that we hope institutions are no longer just looking at a cut score. We hope that the information provided in the diagnostic profile, as well as a number of other factors, for some institutions, for some students who are recent high school graduates, it may make sense to also look at the high school GPA and performance in high school, the type of coursework taken. It may also make sense to look at other types of educational and academic opportunities the student had availed him or herself of, including workforce training experience. And then, of course, what we call those family life issues. How many hours does the student work a week? And are there other important responsibilities and priorities in the student's life that may be a non-traditional or an intensive opportunity for that student to address his or her weak areas would or would not be a good recommendation for that student. We want to remind everyone of the recent rule changes, amendments that have been approved. The exemptions, exceptions, and waivers, we added an ESOL waiver, and I just want to remind everyone again, this is an option. This is not mandatory. This is an option available where through the institution's normal intake protocols, an institution would see that a student does have limited English proficiency and would actually benefit from temporarily not taking the TSI, but be assessed on a language proficiency diagnostic, enrolled in ESOL coursework up to 15 hours, and at that time, the student would be better prepared to address the questions in the TSI, and then the student can and the institution can make whatever appropriate recommendations from there. So this allows a temporary postponement of a student taking the TSI, a student with limited English proficiency. Also, just remind everyone that the tax exemption is still there, as well as ACT and SAT. We are looking to review those as soon as, again, we get enough data from the new assessment. And what we've added is the STAR end of course, and that includes the Algebra 2 EOC and the English 3, and these are now good for a period of 5 years. As I mentioned earlier, the holistic placement protocol, and here we've described it, and we highly encourage institutions, don't make placements just based on a cut score. Look at these other factors, see if there's a way that we can promote the student and provide an appropriate intervention or course for the student that better fits into his or her lifestyle and better addresses the knowledge and skill that the student comes to the table with, so that we acknowledge that and build an intervention around that. We also have the requirement for pre-assessment activity, and if I can just say it this way, it no longer allows a student to take the assessment cold turkey, where these 4 minimal criteria need to be addressed. There are a number of ways institutions are addressing these pre-assessment activities. We left it purposefully quite vague, because what we wanted institutions to do, what we hope would happen, is institutions take their current protocols and build this in, not necessarily have to create something new, but build this into their current intake protocols. As far as the pre-assessment activities, again, there should be a tracking method so institutions can verify that a student participated. The institution can make the policy for students who are retesting based on feedback from institutions. Some are only requiring certain components for students who retest within 6 months or a year. That's your decision. We also want to remind everyone that each assessment begins with 14 background questions. And the first question is, we ask the student if they participated, and of course, as part of the pre-assessment activity, we hope that students are made aware if they answer no to this first question that they will be stopped and will have to go through a verification process. Dual credit students, the rule does not specify whether it's high school counselors or whether it's the institution of higher ed who administers the pre-assessment activity, but of course the institution of higher ed is responsible for ensuring that this activity does meet the 4 minimal required components. Of course, transfer students, if the student transfers, then the receiving institution can assume the pre-assessment activity was administered and is not required to further verify. And as always, there continues to be an out-of-state protocol for students who test or wish to test out-of-state. And Chantel Reynolds of the College Board is the contact person who could give more details on that. As always, students not testing college ready, it is a requirement for the institution to develop a plan for academic success, and we added these components just so that we could be a little bit more clear on what we mean by this plan. And we especially want to highlight letter E because we know research shows that just having one meeting at the beginning to help a student figure out the course schedule for that semester, that is not enough, especially for students who are not prepared. And we hope that institutions have devised protocols that will have regular contact with the student throughout the semester. The earlier the better within the semester, so that the appropriate tutoring or other resources can be channeled to that student to help ensure the student's success. This 4.59 has been in rule, and we just wanted to clarify that as an indicator of readiness, institutions can consider non-developmental coursework. So, for example, if a student transfers and your institution accepts that course, that transfer course as an English 1301, that certainly would be an indicator that the student is ready, college ready in reading and writing. And the required program components, this is effective August 2012. Again, we look at this, we specify this more specifically, and based on our developmental education program survey, we are very satisfied that most institutions are addressing these or in the process of addressing these. We have our non-course-based options, and these are flexible opportunities available to institutions so that they can build individualized interventions for students, especially when you have this information now available based on the diagnostic profile and the other factors you may consider as part of your holistic advising protocol. Of course, we've been working with the Dana Center and the New Mathways Project, which accelerates developmental education remediation plus student support and focuses the math requirement depending on the student's program of study. And of course, we also have the Texas Puente model, which is very similar to New Mathways Project. Again, you have the integrated reading and writing and student support in the first semester, followed by the English 1301 in the second semester. And especially the Texas Puente Project, they recently won a national award from the Gates Foundation, and their data are just tremendous and showing a lot of success, especially for underprepared, underrepresented groups of students. The integrated reading and writing, we are continuing our comprehensive professional development program. We have another workshop this Friday in Houston, and we have another webinar, our final webinar, on November 7th, and we've sent out all of the registration and information for both of those final events. But we are continuing for a second year, and we're really focusing on the second year for institutions to have opportunities to bring in what they have and to improve what they have based on what we've learned from those institutions that have already implemented and, of course, what we've learned from national research. We also require the course pairing model for students, and especially for those who are on the cusp, what we call maybe the bubble range. We are also in the midst of starting a research protocol with RAND to help us better design the protocol and figure out where is a viable cut score, where is that range where a student is on the bubble and really would it would serve the student best to go ahead and mainstream the student into the credit bearing. So we're going to be providing information when we get those results and those findings, as well as specific student characteristics that will help institutions determine which options and interventions may be better based on those factors. We, of course, continue to tout the compressed courses, the modular emporium style, and integration of technology. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Lofters.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty, we're going to talk about the story of dual credit post 83rd legislative session. Things have changed since the spring and with the laws that have passed through the legislative session. So I decided let's go with the things that did not change and are still consistent. All right, the first thing that we have is consistent is still the definition. It's where a student is taking a college level course and simultaneously, I'm sorry, I'm a walker. I like to walk around. Simultaneously receiving college and high school credit towards their graduation plan. An institution of higher education, a public institution, may make a memorandum of understanding with either a public secondary school or a private. It's fine, as long as they have a memorandum of understanding defining all the terms of the agreement. All right, this partially changed somewhat. And the way I'm going to talk about it is 28.009. This is what required that a school system offer a student the opportunity to get at least 12 semester credit hours of college level coursework while in high school. During the 83rd legislative session, however, now let me go back a little bit. If a student was if a school district was offering the 12 semester credit hours, it was not necessary up to this legislative session that they partner with the institution of higher education. They could have done it through IB or AP, and they could have gotten the 12 semester credit hours then, through that route. House Bill 842 was passed during this past legislative session, which says for those school districts that have a program that offer students 12 semester credit hours towards college credit, which is supposed to be everybody, it's supposed to be all of you, all of the high schools, you must also offer the student the opportunity to earn credit towards an industry-recognized credential, a certificate, or an associate's degree concurrently while getting your high school diploma, and have those credits apply towards the high school graduation plan of the student. That sort of changed things a little bit, because what it does now is where sometimes school districts, I'm thinking more of rural school districts, did not have to partner with the institution of higher education. This one requires that they do, because they have to give them those technical type courses and allow them to apply that towards their high school graduation plan. All of our rules in the Texas Administrative Code for dual credit are contained in Chapter 4, Subchapter D, Sections 4.81 to 4.85. This did not change. This stayed the same, the MOU. I would, in light of the changes that occurred during the last legislative session, I would encourage you to go back and look at your memorandums of understanding that you have with your school districts and your institutions of higher education to make sure that everything still applies. I was looking at some institutions have sent me, and these components that are supposed to be covered in the MOU, they weren't. So I think I would encourage you to go back and make sure that your memorandums of understandings are applicable underneath today's rules. So you have the eligible courses, and I'm not going to read them all. You can see them there. There were some things that did change. Well, I should say this. There's still some limitations that are still applied to dual credit. And they're not always exact. Some things have exceptions, and we're going to go over it. Some of the rules change about that. Like only juniors and seniors are normally eligible. Normally is the word there, and there's a reason for that. I'll go back to that. There is normally an enrollment of 2 courses per term. That's what we're going to address in another section. That I got a lot of phone calls from all of you about that one. This stays the same. The faculty must be chosen and supervised by the institution of higher education. You can use high school faculty, however, that you must verify that they meet the credentials that you would have for your own students on your campus through that instructor. The curriculum, instruction, and grading must be equivalent to the other courses that you provide on your campus, just as they would be in that dual credit course. Grades must be transcripted. That still remains the same. Dual credit courses must come from the ACGM or the WECM. That still applies. There's been a little twist since the 83rd legislative session, but it still applies. Developmental courses cannot be dual credit. House Bill 5 had some stuff in it that it gives you the wrong impression. Well, it implies something else. And I don't even know if I should go there, but I will. I figured there'll be a question or two that talks about it. PE courses cannot be given for dual credit funding. You can't give those. And dual credit courses, semester credit hours, while they're in high school, dual credit courses cannot apply towards the excess rule for semester credit hours as a student gets their bachelor's degree. So if it's 120 hours, the excess rule, once you get, like, was it 150? I believe 30 hours after they start to be charged out-of-state tuition, it doesn't apply. Not for dual credit courses. Did I mess it up? All right, House Bill 5. Now this right here is just, I want to try to go short. I tried to make it short. So I'm just going to make the short story. House Bill 5 came through, and it made some overarching changes in the educational system, especially the secondary educational system. It reduced the number of required tests, state assessments, that a student needs to graduate from high school from 15 to 5. And if you look at the tests, out of the 5 tests, 3 out of the 5 only need a 9th grade education. There are only 2 that need a sophomore or junior. Out of that bill as well, they had the elimination of the requirement for Algebra 2 and English 3 as an end-of-course assessment needed to graduate. They're not going to be required again. Well, I shouldn't say that. How am I going to say this? They are not. It's going to be an optional test by district. So the district can choose in 2016 when they bring it back. They can choose whether or not if they want to elect to use those exams inside that district for a student to qualify for dual credit eligibility, which I shouldn't say that, for TSI exemptions. TSI exemptions, because there's a difference, and I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. Difference between dual credit eligibility and then TSI exemption are 2 different things. All right? So there was one part of the bill, though, that directly addressed dual credit. Directly. Now, these other tests, they indirectly, they affected eligibility, but it didn't say, I'm doing this just to dual credit. This part of the bill directly affected how many courses a student can take from a community college in which their high school is not contained in that community college's service area. So basically, this rule came out, is way at the end of the bill, and it had a House continuing resolution at the end, just before it got signed. And it was put in, and basically says that a student can only take 3 courses, enroll in 3 courses per academic year in an institution, and it says junior college or community college. They use those synonymously. In which, the student's high school is not contained in the junior college or the community college's service area. So those kids, if you had some that were outside of your service area and you were providing them services, you only can do it for 3 courses per academic year now. I know that's coming. Let's go. Should I go on first, or there he is? I'll if you like. You want me to go ahead and answer them now? Yeah, good.
Question.
I know that's the big one.
One question I have.
Okay, good question. Good question. In the continuing resolution, which was a technical correction that was handed down just before the bill was signed, the actual language had it in there, and then they took it out, and they put it in the technical correction inside House Bill 5. So what we did is we went to the legislative office to get legislative intent. And we said, did you mean this? Did you mean just, because really the way it's written, it says just 3 courses, period. That's the way, if you take it literally. Well, we got legislative intent, and they said, no, that's not what we wanted. We wanted 3 courses per academic year, and that's what we used in order to make the rule. Hope that clears up. Yes.
Okay, so if we have a neighboring community college that offers a program we don't offer,
Yes.
does that 3-course limit still apply?
Yes. So in other words, okay, basically, it does not take into account, the new law does not take into account institutions of higher education who have in the past had agreements where I don't have cosmetology, but you do. Therefore, and your kids are not in my service area, but you're not far. You can come over here and I'll do the cosmetology for you without any problem. Because if you remember, there used to be a section inside the law that said, basically, high school had to deal with their institution, junior college district, within their service area. Unless I say that you are not serving my needs, and I present you with a letter, and I present my higher education coordinating council or higher education regional council with a letter. Now I can go over to someone else because you are now meeting my needs because you have cosmetology. All right, that was what was working before. Within House Bill 5, it removed that section. That section's gone now, and this section went in. So that's why you can't do it anymore.
So if we have a student who wants to pursue a degree that we don't offer, they cannot get a head start on it in dual credit because of this.
They can do it for 3 courses per year.
Well, but and we may need to do some checking on this for y'all, but it says subject to the extent approved by the Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency.
Yes.
There is no process yet.
Well,
Right.
that was a special circumstance. That one was a special circumstance that was dealing with institutions or high schools that were, Dr. Goldman, you can nod if you believe, high schools that were operating as an early college high school. However, they wouldn't go through the full designation process yet, but they're going for it, and they're trying to get it. So therefore, they're already going to be an early college high school. They're not quite there yet, so the commissioner was giving that special population a way of having more courses than the 3 if they're outside the area.
I just have to make a comment. It's not fair to the student. The student can't finish a level 1 certificate in a workforce program. So everything that we're all representing today, it doesn't work. They can't finish anything.
I think that was one of the issues that came up when the bill was going through the legislative process. And especially, I think it really didn't catch people's attention until it was already here. And the impact that the bill actually had. I think that's where we are on that. And I agree. I mean, there were some institutions that said we already started a group, and they're already going through this process, and now we have to either probably shorten or lengthen the amount of time or how long they have to take these courses. Yes.
When you're working on getting clarification for things, there are still some high schools that are not in anybody's service area.
Correct. Those are the ones where they can do whatever they want to. Yes, because basically what they're doing, they're not in statute. They're not in statute as being in anybody's district. So therefore, they're sort of. In fact, I was talking to one institution who said, and I'm going too slow. Sorry, I'm going to go faster. There was one institution that said, "Okay, we are looking to see who we're really supposed to be working with," because I think they were trying to abide by this law. By the rule. So then I went in, and you can look and see inside statute whose area contains what. There are some institutions, how should I say this? I can't remember which one it was, but this said this.
The easiest way to say is there's some part of the state that's not included in any
And it's intentional. It's intentional. Like everybody inside this area except for Plano ISD, you don't have to do it. Why it happens, I don't know, but that's the way it is inside the statute. Yes,
does this apply to dual and concurrent enrollments?
The way the rule is written, it is dual credit. It's specifically for dual credit. Now, if a student was going outside of his district, if I take the rule, I take the law literally, the dual credit courses are the only ones that this applies to. If he was doing a concurrent credit, he could take them without any problem. Or she.
Dual credit has the MOU.
They are just correct. Very well. Let me go ahead. Going too slow. All righty. This was Senate Bill 31 that was submitted by Senator Zaffarini during the legislative session. Basically, what this says, it says that if you are giving dual credit, you may only claim courses for dual credit that are in the core curriculum, career and technical education courses, or foreign language. And that was an issue to some institutions too, especially when you came into courses such as, bring it out there, EDUC 1300. That's when everybody's nodding. And Psych 1300. It's not in your core. It's not a technical course. It's not foreign language. So therefore, that really wouldn't be fundable under current dual credit laws. Oh, and it doesn't apply to, if it's an early college high school, it doesn't apply. It's just for dual credit without it being part of an approved early college high school program. All right, these are dual credit rule changes that were affected by House Bill 5 sort of indirectly. First one is what we did is that since the tests were reduced to 5, there are no more English 3 and Algebra 2. You might see a few Algebra 2 tests come around your way because some of those kids who were sophomores were able to take it last year for the first time. The rules that we had, if you notice, we were still under tax. And there's a reason for this. When we had the bills and we were reviewing them over this past legislative session, it was a wide range of what could have been included inside a graduation plan. Not only just coursework, but also assessments. Some had absolutely none. Some had all of them. And this House Bill 5 was sort of a happy medium in between. So now we have English 2 and English 2 reading and English 2 writing are able to be used now so that the kids who took the test last spring, you can now use those test results in order to enroll them in an English course if they make the final level 2 phase-in score, which would be 2,000 on writing, 2,000 on reading. 4,000 if they have an Algebra 2, they can still use that if they have one. I call this that really is called the class of 2015 rule because the test changes again this spring. So I'm going to have to redo the rule to match what the new test will be because it's going to be one test with everything is combined. This one here for a workforce student is the minimum final phase-in score on the Algebra 1 and on the English 2 reading and the English 2 writing. You can use that for workforce students coming up in the spring. Those two tests. Now, DEA and the coordinating board have met sometimes, and we have had some ideas of what might be a good medium for this kind of rule. We're thinking, and this is a possibility, they take the Algebra 1 test and a passing grade on English 2, Algebra 1 test and a passing grade on Algebra 2 in order to qualify for dual credit academic eligibility. All right, that's one example that we had. Okay, this one here, a dual credit student must be a junior or a senior in status, according to the rule, except, this is the exception that is in the rule, except if you have a student that demonstrates outstanding academic performance and capability. And basically what we did is we tightened up some of the language. There were some things that weren't concrete, totally objective measures. For instance, the one we took out was just grade point average. And the reason I said that, because grades in a high school can fluctuate between district and within a district. You know, one grade in this high school might not be the same. However, the rest of the standards that we use are all objective measures that you can have an objective score from to evaluate the student. This is the one where a student may take more than two. It's supposed to be two courses per academic term, except if you have a student who demonstrates outstanding academic capability and performance. And it gives you the reasons or the criteria, but then we had put a cap on it to a maximum of 15 semester credit hours per semester, which I think is reasonable. That's a reasonable number. Yeah, okay. These are the other parts of that rule that we put in. They have to have established written policies in place. So in other words, it has to be in your MOU that you already have an idea. If I have a kid that qualifies to take more than 2 classes per term, I have to have it in my MOU that I already have these established criteria and processes laid out. A student enrolling more than 2 dual credit classes must have passed the classes in that semester with a C in order to take more than 2 the next semester, which I think is reasonable. And it doesn't apply to a early college high school program. These are our contacts. TSI, Dr. Susan Morales-Vale and her entire cohort right there, and myself, I'm at the bottom. I don't know. Do we have time for, does anybody have any more questions?
Just a quick question.
Okay. I think there's 2. I made two. Yeah, we can. Sure. That's fine. Mm-hmm.
We actually noticed a spelling error in a presentation from this morning and a couple of other things like that. And we're going to work this afternoon to replace everything.
This one had a phrase or two.
You had mentioned the House Bill 5 and then the developmental education, because I've had some discussions, and you said about some, maybe lack of a better word, misconceptions about how that applies to developmental ed. Can you, because right now there seems to be a high school understanding that we would be able to offer dual credit developmental education, but statute says otherwise.
Yes, the statute, the rules are still the same. Dual credit cannot be offered developmental ed cannot be offered for dual credit. And I know where you're talking about these, okay, college preparatory courses. All right, I'm walking again, I'm sorry. The way the college preparatory courses work, it says that the student who goes into the course, the institution who partners with that high school may offer the course for dual credit. However, if it's a developmental ed class and they have not proven themselves to be eligible to enroll in a dual credit class, you still can't give it to them for dual credit. It doesn't address how do you do that. The bill just says that it might be offered for dual credit, but it doesn't say how do you offer it for dual credit. Now, I think that's something that's going to have to be worked out between, because there's different scenarios where you can create something that could actually work somewhat. In my idea, I have an idea, but it could work. And I talked to someone about it, I think, once before. That's completely true. That's exactly how we're looking at it now. It's a total between the IHE public school system.
You might want to speak to Senate Bill 31. Okay. Well, I was going to say just to kind of, because Senate Bill 31 says what dual credit is. I mean,
Oh yeah, yes. It has to be. It has to be a course that's either in the core curriculum, and it's got to be WECM and so forth, or ACGM. So they got to have some kind of eligibility to do that.
And it's got to be core, WECM, or foreign language.
Or foreign language.
So it's really not ACGM, because ACGM is everything. It's core.
That's correct. That's correct.
For funding. For funding.
I'm sorry. In House Bill 5, I thought it says that if I am a rising junior and I didn't test in to college readiness, that the ISD and the higher ed institution could develop a college preparatory course that may be offered. May be offered as dual credit? So you're saying no?
Not a developmental class. Developmental class. Now, if it's a rising junior, there's different things. There's either dual credit eligibility, and then there's TSI exemptions, which are two different things. A dual credit eligibility is just for a dual credit student who is in a sophomore, took those tests, and it just allows them the ability or the eligibility to enroll. He's really not TSI yet. He's not TSI until he passes his class, and then he's TSI. That dual credit eligibility just allows a high school student to enroll in a dual credit course, whereas a TSI exemption, that allows a student to take anything. He doesn't have to take just dual credit. He can do like the concurrent credit that someone was mentioning earlier, because he's TSI exempt. It's different than just a dual credit eligibility. But these other courses, depends on how you do it, and I'll talk to you. Sorry to take up all that time. Oh, yes, sir. Right. You have. Well, there has to be a partnership between the two institutions. Yes, and I think it also goes back to that HB 842, which says that you have to also offer them the industry recognized credential certificate. The partnership between the secondary schools and the higher institutions of higher education is pretty much, you're mandated almost now. You have to go talk with each other.
Actually, the educational regional service centers, the regional higher develop these.
You work out how you fund it. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question about the ABE. Concerns have been brought up on our campus that putting the ABE label, so to speak, on those students who are not college ready could potentially have issues with financial aid, the ability to play college sports, and for us, if the students don't have financial aid, they're not coming. And so I just wondered if that had been discussed, and I guess the outcomes of that were realized.
Yes, that definitely has been a concern that we have discussed at great length. On one hand, the assessment, we wanted to use national standards, and the national standards were the educational functioning level descriptors, and those are the ones that classify and provide those labels, so to speak. So we use those labels to help, and we're focusing on skill levels, knowledge and skill levels. So we'll say this is a student with knowledge and skill level NRS level 3 or NRS level 4. And so because of those national standards that we were using as a guideline, as a guidepost, because they have already been fully vetted, validated, and so forth, we use those standards. And so when we talk about students who are functioning at the ABE skill levels, we're talking about as a result of the TSI. That's what we're working with here. So we know there are federally funded programs, and they use the term ABE for the same knowledge and skill levels, but there are a lot of other stipulations and rules and requirements because they're a federally funded program. What we are focusing on are those students who test into the ABE skill levels as a result of the TSI assessment. The label and classifying it as ABE skill levels or calling it something else does not, I mean, it still acknowledges the fact that the knowledge and skill levels are below high school.
And I guess related to that,
below high school levels
is, that's because the preliminary results we're seeing on the TSI assessment is that more students are testing into ABE than we thought was going to happen. And so now our developmental education group is decreasing, but not to the extent of going in more into college ready. It's increasing in the sense that people who can't meet the bottom score, which of course then creates a different kind of issue.
And absolutely, I know we're, for the sake of time, if I could just add real quick, please send us those comments. Those are super important comments that we're going to need as we consider this plan.
We have to remember that with the previous testing, you had no idea if anyone was ABE or not based upon that one exam. And so what we've been surprised by is there are more students that fit into this category than we would have thought. Just as you said, we had estimated about 10%, but the problem with the previous exams is there was a floor to it. So it assumed that you were, a couple of years away from being ready for college, when in reality, in some cases, you're much further away. And so however we resolve this, we need to remember the purpose was to make sure students got the right kind of instruction. And we know that many students were not. In fact, your developmental ed may have been more successful than anyone thought because you had more ABE students embedded in those courses than you realized, because there's no way for you to understand from the current testing. And because this is more diagnostic. So now we've got this other issue that we have to figure out, and I'm not saying it's a non-issue, but we have to recognize that we're not just making up that these folks are ABE, and it's not that they weren't necessarily there before, and I don't think that's what you meant, but this is to make sure they get the right kind of assistance, and then you have to figure out how do you get the assistance so they'll be able to have the money they need to enroll in classes. That's the conundrum here.
And that's what we're struggling with. We're predicting that as many as half of our students are going to test below, and they are going to need Pell Grants. So what we think is going to happen, they're going to choose level 1 workforce certificate programs, which are exempt from TSI. So we're trying to work with our workforce folks right now to talk about how do we embed contextual technical math and technical writing courses into those level 1 certificates, because just like David said, it's not that the students weren't at those low skill levels before. We're now just more properly identifying them, and we have to figure out how to give them the proper instruction. But they do need Pell Grants, and so our board actually has approved very low-cost ABE contextualized reading and writing courses, not only those, but low-cost SCH workforce courses for that level of student. So I think we're going to have to look at that as the reality. We're going to see a huge influx of students wanting the level 1 workforce courses, which raises the issue I had with Suzanne about, is our threshold of 42 hours between level 1 and level 2 appropriate? Does that threshold need to be lowered to something more basic? And I don't know if you had a decision on that or not as yet.
We have discussed the certificates extensively. We don't have a decision yet. We understand the issue of we need to have the level 1 certificates to serve these students at the lower levels, but then we also understand the concern of the rigor of some of the certificates, and so we're having conversations, and we are trying to come up with a plan to submit to y'all at sometime in the near future. We met about it yesterday afternoon late, and we will continue the conversation and hopefully have a plan for you in the short run. And for what it's worth, I would assume if we do something with the certificates, as I discussed GIPWE, since GIPWE discusses certificates, so hopefully new or modified or changed definitions would go into GIPWE, and so we're moving down the guideline to finishing GIPWE, but we're also understand this as well. So it's a very hot topic, as we know. Y'all have let us know that.
But there are many ABE providers around the state who can't come close to meeting the needs that we're about to drop on them. So I just want to clarify, it's okay for the colleges to offer something equivalent to ABE to our own students. We don't have to rely on the local ABE provider, do we?
In fact, what we our understanding is the great majority of students served through the federally funded programs are students without high school diplomas or GED equivalent. And so we know that many of these students that may be coming to our doors, to the community college and to the university, may have a completed high school diploma or GED, may not even be eligible to be served by those federally funded programs. So, and I know we're running out of time, but you've got our contact information up there, especially your concerns about the students testing into the ABE skill levels. Please provide us with your feedback, your input, your ideas, your challenges, and even your potential solutions, because all of that important information from stakeholders is going to be key to us developing not only a plan, but most importantly, a plan that's going to work for everyone.
And as Suzanne said, in the interest of time, when's the next webinar? No, don't we have?
At this point, we're probably going to have stakeholder meetings. We don't have an official webinar planned. We do have a webinar planned for November 12th, and that is to talk about the Accelerate Texas programs.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm misspeaking then. Okay, I thought we had one more. Okay, I'll be quiet.
There's a posting that you put out Thursday, November the 7th from 1 to 3.
Oh, that's an integrated reading and writing webinar, yeah, but it doesn't specifically address the ABE issue.
But,
yes, thank you.
But as the team in P16, they are hosting more of these webinars. We encourage y'all to watch those. And so many of these issues are so closely related, it's almost hard to put them in their separate buckets and their separate labels as kind of part of this conversation here. So we certainly encourage you to participate in those and to continue to dialogue with us. We know it's a challenging issue. As Suzanne talked about, we have been having a series of interagency meetings involving us, the staff here at the Coordinating Board, the Texas Workforce Commission, and TWIC, and in essence trying to come up with a state plan, I guess is the best way to describe it, so that we're all working together so that depending on where the students test and how they test, make sure the resources are aligned to the best as they can be aligned. And of course we know the federal funding doesn't serve the numbers of students that we need to serve. And so it's a major issue, and if it was an easy solution, we would have, but anyway, and y'all are working with it just the way we're working with it. But anyway, obviously if there's our last question and answer session at the end of the day, if there's more questions or comments, we can, we have 30 minutes allocated there, but you're welcome to email us and contact us. Was it a comment, Judy?
I did speak to it. Over the next months, we will be doing a massive effort to blitz the state to all stakeholders around the ABE operational plan. This is something that the leadership of the agency has asked that we do without questions, so that when we move forward, it's come through with everybody's concerns, issues, and whatever needs to be put on the table. So we spoke about that this morning. So we're preparing a date, and we will be contacting institutions, asking you to host us so we can come and do meetings across the state as we move forward. So please know that we hear what you're saying, and it's as painful for you as it is for us, because there are no answers for some things right now, but that doesn't mean that down the road there won't be.
And thank you, Judy, and thanks everybody, and we will continue to work on it with y'all's help, and I understand it's a major issue, as Judy just said. But anyway, to get us back on schedule, now I want to introduce Van Davis to talk about competency-based education. And with Van.
Good afternoon, folks. How y'all doing? So I'm a little curious as I talk to groups. How many of you are familiar with the movement around competency-based education that's emerged in the last couple of years? How many of you are at institutions where either your faculty or your administrations have started to discuss whether or not this might be a good fit for your school? How many of you have any idea what it really is? Well, I don't know that I can explain what it is in 15 minutes. I don't have the silver bullets. But what I want to do is lay out a couple of things that have been going on. I know that some of these conversations are going on at the community and technical colleges around the state. So I want to lay out some of the issues that you need to be aware of as you're having these conversations. And then, by all means, if there is anything that I can do for you or your institution to help you further those conversations, I'm more than happy to be of assistance. So there are right now 2 state projects underway in Texas at public institutions. CSTC Harlingen and Waco received a Perkins Leadership Grant to develop a Certificate 1 in Industrial Systems Technology. That Certificate 1 launched this fall. This is the first semester. They did, however, run into some issues in terms of the Department of Education and financial aid, as well as accreditation. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a sec, because those are, I think, 2 of the main issues that I want to make sure that y'all are aware of today before you go back to your home institutions. The other public institution project that is underway right now is the development of a Bachelor of Applied Sciences in Organizational Leadership. That is being done by South Texas College and Texas A&M University Commerce. It's done as under an EDUCAUSE Next Generation Learning Challenges grant, and the agency is the lead group on that grant, and I'm project managing it. We were supposed to launch that program in October. That program actually is a bit different than most competency-based education programs, if there's a norm out there for CBE programs, and there really isn't. But we describe our program as a hybrid competency program. If you're familiar with Western Governor's model, where they do competency-based education on the upper division and rely upon the community colleges to do the lower division coursework, we actually are flipping that model. So we're doing competency-based education at the general education and the lower division elective level in the organizational leadership program. And then we're doing accelerated cohort-based coursework at the upper division side, where that coursework is actually problem-based and is applied. So it's a little bit of a different model. What this means is, though, that when we launch, which hopefully will be in January, we will have a general education, a competency-based general education program for students to enroll in. Now, I say hopefully in January, because we were supposed to launch week before last. And we have run into issues with our dear friends over at SACS, much like TSTC had run into issues with their dear friends over at SACS. I want to lay out for you a few policy implications that are probably coming up in your conversations at your institutions or are likely to come up. The first is just the mechanics of reporting. Right now, we're working with Susan Brown and her folks to figure out what the appropriate reporting mechanism will be for competency-based education. Since you're moving away from something that relies upon semester credit hours, where we're looking at mastery as the constant and time as the variable, rather than our usual time as the constant and mastery as the variable, It means that we have to think about different ways to report. And there's a lot of logistical challenges. The reality is that all of you that are looking at these programs, you're not going to significantly change the infrastructure of your institutions. And the infrastructure of all of our institutions runs on the semester credit hour model. And the Department of Education still basically runs on the semester credit hour model, and financial aid runs on the semester credit hour model, and yeah, you get the idea. So we are looking at how we would revise reporting of those students and that coursework for you to the agency in terms of competency-based education, and should have something that we pilot with our two institutions in the spring. Obviously, there's formula funding implications around competency-based education as well. Both of the formula funding committees are looking at competency-based education right now to see if they want to make recommendations. And we've been working with them to give them some background and to help them think through those issues. We'll see what it looks like in their recommendations in another month or so. The agency is also involved in a student financial aid study. This came out of the last legislative session, directing us to study what state financial aid to students enrolled in competency-based education programs would look like. And so for your folks, if you have folks that are on the any of the financial aid advisory committees, we're going to be taking up that issue at the end of this month. And I believe that we may be webcasting it as well as sort of a first step in looking at that study. We also are working with RAND Corporation for a one-year study on alternative funding models for accelerated degree programs. We're not looking at a legislative recommendation right now out of that. We're looking at this as an exploratory phase to see what sort of funding makes sense once we move away from semester credit hour models. What we've been looking at initially with RAND, and we really are just in the very earliest stages, we've only had a couple of conversations with them, has been to see if there's a way to play around with some of the Affordable Care Act funding models for hospitals that would potentially allow institutions to have a percentage of the savings. So we're looking at what sort of incentivized funding models there might be. This is very, very, very preliminary work. I do not want you to walk out of here thinking that the coordinating board is going to change the funding model immediately. This is very preliminary work. It really is theoretical research right now. We want to see what it would look like. We're working with RAND for them to do financial modeling. We'll be working with them as our work progresses in the spring to actually do some focus groups and to talk to folks at institutions and lay a model out for them to get your feedback on it. But it is, again, as we talk more about competency-based and we're moving away from semester credit hours, it changes the conversation around state funding as well. There's three major national developments that I want to make sure that you're aware of, because these are also issues that are likely to come up at your institutions if they haven't already. The first is with the Department of Education. You may remember earlier in the spring, the Department of Education put out one of its Dear Colleague memos where they laid out what the process would be for an institution applying for their students to receive federal financial aid, Title IV aid, for direct assessment. And the Department of Education actually talks specifically about direct assessment. And there's some confusion here because, as the DOE is wont, they're not always clear in how they use their language. Direct assessment and competency-based education are two terms that are often used interchangeably. They are not interchangeable terms. And this is creating a great deal of confusion. It's created confusion on the federal level, and it's creating confusion, I think, at the accreditation, at the regional level with the accreditors, and at the institutional levels as well. Competency-based education is looking at a student to be able to show mastery. That may not necessarily mean, though, that the student is showing mastery through a single assessment. In fact, it usually means that a student is showing mastery through a number of assessments or projects. It is self-paced, though. So again, it's that idea that time is the variable and mastery is the constant. Direct assessment programs tend to tend to operate much like you would think prior learning assessment with a portfolio might operate, CLEP exams, AP exams. Those are all examples of direct assessment. All of us have been doing direct assessment for a while, just in a very limited fashion. But it's the idea that a student can take an assessment, and that assessment then will show whether or not they should receive credit. So they're related, but they're not interchangeable. The Department of Education specifically addresses direct assessment. And I'm going to read to you their definition of direct assessment and the characteristics that they believe that those programs have, because this is what they're tying their funding to. A direct assessment program is an instructional program that, in lieu of credit or clock hours as a measure of student learning, utilizes direct assessment of student learning or recognizes the direct assessment of student learning by others. The assessment must be consistent with the accreditation of the institution or programs utilizing the results of the assessment. It means a measure by the institution of what the student knows and can do in terms of a body of knowledge making up an educational program. These measures provide evidence the student has command of a specific content area, subject, or skills, that they can demonstrate a specific quality such as creativity, analysis, or synthesis associated with the subject matter of the program. And then they go on and they lay out characteristics that direct assessment programs need to have in order to be eligible for federal financial aid. They say that it must specify credit or clock hours for the program, including the equivalencies and how those equivalencies are established. They must explain the assessment of the equivalencies. And there's one here specifically I want to read to you. No aid may be awarded for mastery obtained prior to the enrollment or on tests that are not associated with educational activities overseen by the institution. And they also go on and say that only programs in which all of the credits are being done through direct assessment are eligible for the Department of Education to allow institutions to award Title IV financial aid to, on the basis of assessment. And that's a very important distinction, because many of the competency-based programs out there right now don't do that. They are course-based. And that means that basically what many of institutions have done, and this is to some extent I think what TSTC has done, it's certainly what our program has done, it's what Northern Arizona has done if you've been following their news. To an extent, it's also what the University of Wisconsin system has been doing. They have taken the courses and they have broken those out into competencies. And they have mapped everything back so that students go through a set of competencies for each course. And what ends up being transcripted then for the student is not a grade for the competency, but it is an overall grade for the course, so that students end up with a course transcript that looks just like any other student's transcript would look like, so that everything is very carefully mapped back to credit hours. That's what a number of institutions are doing. There are very few direct assessment programs. The feds have actually only granted permission for 3 right now to receive Title IV financial aid. Now, they are also about to put out, in case any of you are interested, a call for experimental sites around this issue. But this issue has also come up with the regional accreditors. And this is what I think may be of most interest to many of you. I serve right now on the SACS Advisory Committee on Direct Assessment and Competency-Based Education. We've met once. We met in September in Atlanta. And the discussion at that meeting had to do with how SACS would approach competency-based and direct assessment programs, because they don't know. They know these things are out there. They're finding out about them, and they have no idea what to do with them. The discussions that we had that day seemed to be moving in the direction that as long as a program was course-based, as long as everything was clearly linked back to courses, that those programs would probably be okay. What they were very uncomfortable about was the idea of a direct assessment program much like Southern New Hampshire's College for America, which completely gets away from courses. That seemed to be the direction that they were moving. we've not seen a draft policy yet, although Dr. Whelan indicated that it was her intention to bring a draft policy to the membership at their early December meeting to vote on. We've not seen that draft policy yet. Her staff is evidently still working on it. We're not quite sure what it's going to look like. We've had a number of conversations with SACS in the last few weeks around our program. The TSTC program was approved by SACS. We are still talking to SACS about the organizational leadership program to see whether or not it needs to go through a substantive change, and if it does, what issues need to be addressed. And so there are accreditation issues. Our regional accreditor is still uncertain what to do with these programs, and that's something that you should be aware of before your institutions go too far down that path. The good news is, in theory, they should have a policy in place in the next couple of months, which will be great for y'all, not so good for us since we're already delaying launch as it is. We're hoping, though, that we'll be able to launch in January and hoping that as we talk to SACS and can now show them what our modules and our curriculum looks like in our assessments and explain it a little bit more, they'll realize that it's not a direct assessment program and should not be in need of a substantive change proposal. But there is confusion at your regional accreditor. There's confusion at many of the regional accreditors around the nation. So that is the 10,000-foot view of what's going on in competency-based education in Texas. I know you're behind, so I don't want to take up any more of your time. You should have my contact information in your packet. Again, if there's anything that I can do in terms of providing you with more information or providing your institution with more information, I'm happy to do that. I've been talking to a number of institutions around the state as they've started to explore this idea of competency-based education. So happy to provide you with any assistance that you might need or any information.
Thank you, Van. And now Susan Brown is going to talk to you about outcomes-based funding and the changes that Dom alluded to this morning.
Dominic stealing my thunder?
No.
Welcome. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go through this very quickly because I do know that everybody's about to try to get out of here before the rain hits. One of the important things I want to talk about is formula funding is an allocation method. It equitably allocates funding across all institutions. Very important. It is not a budgeting tool. It does not determine how much money you're going to get. It allocates the amount of money that is given to the community colleges by the legislature. That's a very important distinction. Supposed to be fair and equitable, should provide adequate support. There's a lot of questions about that. It's designed to provide some incentives for the institutions to engage in the type of behavior that we want, hence the success points that were approved at the last legislative session. Should be simple and understandable. We have to explain it to the legislature. We have to explain it to the funders. It needs to be simple. Be stable and predictive. You don't want your formula funding dollars to go up and down. You don't want wide swings, 15, 20% swings each year. You want to be able to predict, especially in between biennia, because you don't get a budget. We don't know how much actual money is coming out until the end of May, first part of June. You have to have a budget ready for September. You want to be pretty sure that you're going to have at least a fairly constant amount of money. It is designed to cover instruction, departmental operating expenses, academic support, student services, and institutional support. It is not designed to handle maintenance and operations for the community colleges. Timeline, we already have a formula advisory committee in place and working. That happens August through December timeframe. Staff works on it in February. We take it to our committee, the board committee, in March. Goes to the April coordinating board for a recommendation. Then that has to go forward to the LBB and the governor's office, budget office, June 1 of each even number of years. So that, and then we have the summer for the base period starts up. Institutions are funded on a base period, which is the summer. This time it will be summer 14, fall 15, and spring 15. We send preliminary data over in November using the prior spring, and then we update that in March. You will get letters from Gary Johnstone and I every March, actually December, telling you that for your spring data, we need it certified now. That is because we have to send it over to the legislature March 1. This year, this biennium for 14-15, there was a big change in how funding was done. Instead of a small institution supplement, as there had been in the past for community colleges, there is now $1 million base funding for all 50 community college districts. Then out of the remaining funds available, 90% is based on contact hours across the different disciplines, just how it always has been. And then 10% was allocated to outcomes-based funding. The outcomes-based funding used what we call student success points, and it was something that was developed in collaboration with TAC, the President's Association, and we are working with TAC and our Formula Advisory Committee to develop a methodology for community colleges to compete against themselves. Most of you have probably seen this, but I'll just go over the success points very quickly. It includes developmental ed. You get a point for students who complete developmental math, half a point for those that complete English or reading, and half for writing. Same thing for those gateway courses, first college level math, reading, and writing. College attainment, completion of 15 hours or 30 hours. You get 2 points for a certificate, associate degree, or a bachelor's. If it is in a critical field, you get 2.25 points. And if you have a student who transfers after completing 15 hours and transfers to a university, you get 2 points. One of the things we're working with, and we've got a couple of guinea pigs that are providing us some information. For those institutions that are along the border or work with National Student Clearinghouse, they are starting to send us their clearinghouse data so that we can include their transfers if they go to an out-of-state institution, four-year institution. That's something we're working with. We've had one institution that I think we've got it figured out. We've got somebody else that's trying a new file format so that we can make sure that we have everything in the right so we can easily pull it through and put it into this whole process, and it will allow, then we'll be sending something out to everybody who wants to participate in that program. Contact hours, continue to get what we call the critical fields bonus. Gary talked to you a little bit about some of the information in the study we're doing with RAND earlier today, and we will be looking at that as a way of informing whether we need to change those critical fields or not. So that will be something we'll be talking with everybody about. And again, 26 discipline, contact hour rates times a formula gives you how much you get. Then you get a percentage. TSTC, is there anybody here from TSTC? There you are. Hi. I wanted to let you know a little bit about the TSTC because the community colleges changed how they were funded this time, but with the outcomes-based funding. TSTC did a 100% change in how they are funded. They are no longer funded on contact hours at all. They are funded on what we call the TSTC return value model. Basically, we took a cohort of students. We tracked those students out for 5 years, two cohorts. We did it over 2 years. 2 cohorts, we looked out 5 years. We calculated a value added using the UI wage record. So we looked at how much a student was making each of those 5 years. We subtracted out minimum wage. Students had to have completed 9 semester credit hours before they were included in the model. Then we applied how much the difference between minimum wage for a year and how much their students earned in a year, multiplied that by 7%, which is kind of covers the tax rate back to the state, which is the value added. Added the economic multiplier that we've gotten from the Ray Marshall Center, and to determine the system's distribution. And then we did an allocation across their 4 campuses. So if you think there was a little bit of a shift for the community colleges, CSTC went whole hog into this. So anyway, we are actually working with TSTC kind of in a separate formula committee, working on refinements. We're working with the LBB and Ray Marshall Center again, some other people to see where we need to make some refinements in that process, because this was a very broad first pass type thing. And I'm trying to get y'all back on track. So are there any questions? What you got?
There was a bill that would require the universities to cooperate with the 2-year colleges on reverse transfers, so that we could, pile up, so that we could accumulate a large number of associate degrees from those who have transferred. And I don't know that all the universities have really embraced that yet. And I was wondering what the status is.
The status is, you're right, they are supposed to. At 9, if a student reaches 90 semester credit hours, they are supposed to be sending you back information on your students. Oh, 66, it got changed this time. That's right. 66, they dropped it down. So if a student gets to 66 hours, they are supposed to be sending their transcript back to you. My understanding, and this is just my understanding, is that Sam Houston has a really good process in place. All right. We're trying to get that information out. They are supposed to be sending it back to you. If you... All the others are supposed to be sending it back to you, too. They're not so good. We can bring that up. We have actually... That might be something for the UEAC committee to talk about.
But see, Susan, that's hard right about it.
They are all supposed to be participating. It is a state law. And y'all are the only ones who know whether they're doing it or not, because we don't get any of the transcripts. We can... You don't get them either. Okay, well... Sounds like we need to be putting something out, reminding them that they are supposed to be doing this and that it has changed to 66 hours. So we can send, oh, y'all know I'm good at sending nasty little notes. I'll send a nasty little note to them and tell them that, guess what? And we will put them in contact with Sam Houston, who everything we hear is that they have a really good process in place there. And we've raised that issue before with them. Any other questions? All right, I got off the hook.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, now, since you have an agenda in front of you, we're going to give you an afternoon break, about 15 minutes, and then we're going to come up one more session. Then we're going to go into a question and answer session, and I'm sure by now we've answered all y'all's questions, so we'll probably just breeze right through that and let you go home early. But anyway, let's take about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back together. And, hey, Carrie, there's money on the ground. I don't know. Are you leaving that for me? Anyway, I'll call you over together in a few minutes. Maybe we can get y'all out of here before the rains and storms start. I don't know. I haven't seen the weather all day, but y'all can hopefully drive or fly or whatever here in the next little while. As we start this last session, this is for any staff upstairs that's planning on coming down to participate in the question and answer session after Julie. If you would, make your way on back down to the boardroom, please. But with that, I'll turn it over to Julie Eklund to talk about House Bill 2550.
Yeah, Yes, hi. It's wonderful to be here this afternoon and to see so many familiar faces. I'm actually not going to be primarily focusing on data today, so that's something new and different. But it is a topic that's data related, and I think I can get through this pretty quickly. I'm going to talk about HB 2550, but not the parts that pertain to medical education. Only the parts that pertain to the consolidation of higher education enrollment assistance programs. Okay, so in the 83rd legislature, we had bills that basically consolidated what we used to have in terms of the assistance programs and the assistance plans. And these are the plans that have to do with increasing the college going at the low performing schools. So you'll probably think about HB 400 schools when you see this. And basically the bill transfers a lot of the responsibility for collaborating with these high schools from the coordinating board to all of you. But there's a couple of responsibilities that the coordinating board has in terms of these plans, and so I wanted to talk to you about our proposal for how to address those coordinating board responsibilities. Okay. There's some carryover from the previous plans in 2550. They still say that the institution of higher education in closest proximity to a high school is to provide information to the high school students on admissions, testing, and financial aid, those types of things. And again, these are the low-performing high schools. But there's some new pieces. There's some new pieces to that information, and it includes. And it looks like. Looks like we might have some redundancy there. In terms of the new legislation, we've got some added emphasis on working with Hispanic students and African American males. And those are the groups that we have consistently seen in terms of participation rates and success rates are not enrolling at the levels that we are seeing other groups, and so there's a lot of emphasis there. It also mentions for the first time that ISDs are to provide access to quality dual credit programs. But the part that has to do with the coordinating board is that institutions of higher education, and so this includes community colleges and universities and TSTCs, public institutions, must annually report plans and results to the coordinating board. And the coordinating board is required to summarize those plans and results in its annual Closing the Gaps progress report. Now, many of you might be remembering an old report you had to do called the URRS. And when I first presented this to some university folks, I said I wanted to put a slide up there that said URRS with a big red circle around it and a big cross through it, because we are not going in that direction, so don't get nervous. At least our proposal does not go in that direction. What I like to do is show you, as we've talked about the coordinating board requirements that are part of the bill, I'd like to show you what we've talked about doing and get your comments related to that. And it's actually pretty straightforward. Okay, we are required here at the coordinating board to identify the high schools. Right now, for HB 400, we have to identify the low-performing high schools. We take only high schools that have at least 26 graduates, and basically we take the lowest 10%, the high schools that are performing in the lowest 10% in the state in terms of the percentage of students who are enrolling from high school to college. That's approximately 150 schools. I think we've got about 1,800 public high schools, but some are not included because they have too few graduates when we go under that 26 and over. So, we don't want to put a burden on in terms of having to interact with schools that have 2 graduates or three graduates. So it would be those larger high schools. There's about 150 of them. So right now our proposal is to use that same list that we generate every year, and it's the lowest 10%. We could do this differently, but I think everyone's used to these particular schools. The other piece that's in there is that the schools have to be low performing for 2 consecutive years. So if you have some kind of an anomaly and a school drops down for 1 year, they won't be included. And it's my understanding that a lot of these schools remain the same year to year to year, unfortunately. Okay, if you do have ideas for identifying high schools, please feel free to let me know. Okay, so that's one piece. Another responsibility of the coordinating board is to summarize plan results. And what we would like to do is simply report out metrics that we already collect from higher ed institutions. As you know, Texas collects a wealth of data from all of the higher ed institutions in the state and a great deal of data from the public institutions. And so we feel that it's most appropriate to use that information to report in our progress report. And so here are some possible metrics that we've discussed, and we'd be happy to get your feedback on those. Certainly the high school to college enrollment rates, and we would disaggregate those rates for various groups, but of course for Hispanic students and African American males, since they're specifically mentioned in the legislation. We would report out rates for 2- and 4-year institutions, which is of course something that we already do, but we would specifically report it for those schools. We would also report out enrollment in dual credit programs for those students at those low-performing schools, because there is a specific mention of working with those schools to make sure there's dual credit programs available for those students. So we would want to, I think, have some kind of metric that looked at the number of dual students participating in dual credit at those schools. We could break it out by academic and technical if folks thought that might be interesting, but we think that would be important to include, and certainly the students who aren't participating in those programs. We thought it would be useful to report out the number of applications to universities from those schools. When we have Applied Texas data that shows students who are applying to community colleges, we can include that. We spent a lot of time looking at students who apply to college and then for some reason disappear in the summer, kind of looking at those summer melt students, and a lot of the lower performing students, that happens to them. So I think it might be interesting to institutions to be able to see for these low performing schools how many students are applying and then how many actually enroll at that point in time. So that was a measure we thought would be helpful. We talked about looking at participation and success in dual credit courses, because now of course we have the CBM-OOS, and we can actually specifically look and see how those students are performing. And we thought if institutions do make an effort to encourage participation in dual credit for students at these low-performing schools, you'd probably be very interested to know how your students compare to students from other low-performing schools who are going to other community colleges, how they're performing on dual credit. Obviously, you know the grades that your students are getting, but we would be able to put out some statewide averages and some comparison information so you could see how many students are withdrawing, how many are sticking with it, passing, getting A's, etc. So we thought that would be useful information to report. Fall-to-fall persistence, I think, is also very important. Again, we talked about access and enrollment and participation being important for students from these schools, but I think it's also critical to look and see for those students who do enroll in higher education, do they get through the first year? Do they have the skills that they need to actually make it to the following fall? And that's a piece that often is not examined as carefully, I think, as it should be, especially by high schools. So putting that information out there for those schools, for all of you to have available, and for the schools to have available, I think will be very helpful. So we thought we could include that persistence information, and we thought we could also include information about FAFSA completion, because it does specifically talk in this legislation, I think, about working with students on financial aid applications and college applications, that sort of thing. So that's the list we have now. We can produce all of that without you having to be involved beyond, giving us the okay that, hey, these metrics make sense in terms of the bill requirements and what would be helpful to us. But if you have any other information that you think it would be useful for us to look at for these low-performing schools, we'd very much appreciate it. Okay, now in terms of the plan part, because this is the part that gets a little bit more complicated, because you are required to submit a plan to us about what you're going to be doing with those schools. And as we thought about this, what came to mind was the Developmental Education Plan Survey, the DEPS survey. And that's basically a survey that we do of institutions about what they're doing in terms of developmental education, and it took the place of those institutions submitting their formal developmental education plans to us, and we find it is very, very useful because it's a standard format. The institutions go through a survey, they let us know the answers, and when you have over 100 institutions, because in this case it applies to all of our public institutions it's a lot easier to aggregate that information if it's in survey form. And we can say 60% of the institutions are doing this and 70% are doing that, but only 20% are doing this. And here's some things that they're doing that are new and innovative. So rather than getting plans and all kinds of formats that come to us that we then have to sift through and try to analyze and try to report out in our progress report what they're saying, we thought a survey made a lot of sense for this particular requirement. I think it'll be much less burdensome for institutions than having to submit a formal plan for us, and much less burdensome for us, but the best part of it is, although it'll be less burdensome, I think it'll be better information. It'll be more useful information. We can easily show this is what folks are doing out there to try to improve the enrollment and success of the students at those low-performing schools. So we spent some time talking about what would go into this survey. We were envisioning something very simple, and we actually have and Doug Bond has been working on this with me. He actually does the progress report for Closing the Gaps every year, so the two of us have been working closely on this. But we've got a survey format. It's actually very short and sweet. It has basically just a list of types of activities that institutions do when they work with high schools. And you would just go through and check off, yes, we're doing that, or no, we're not doing that. There's some examples here. Here's some more examples. And then we thought it's very important to have an other at the bottom. So if there's something people are doing that's very innovative, this is how we'll know about it. So we'll be able to go in and see. And the way to show if programs are successful, well, that'll be seen through the metrics. We'll be able to look at institutions that for these particular schools, if they're doing better on their metrics, we can get in touch and say, what is it that you're doing that you believe is causing the success that we're seeing in terms of the students coming from those schools. So that, in a nutshell, is our proposal for how to address the THECB responsibilities under 2550. Obviously, all of you will have to look at the requirements for institutions of higher education under this bill. One thing we are not grappling with, because I think you've already dealt with it, is the part that says you have to work with the high school in closest proximity, because I think that language used to be there and that's been sorted out, but that doesn't give, the coordinating board doesn't have responsibility for making that determination. So if there are universities that are closer than the local community college, those types of issues will have to be sorted out at the institutional level, and there are a few other requirements in there. But in terms of our responsibilities, this is our proposal. If you have any ideas that you think might be more effective or more efficient, do please let me know. And my email address is here. Okay, so that's, and does anyone have any comments today? Are people generally think this will work? Do you generally think? I'm seeing a lot of nods. That's really good. Yes, and a question from Lynn? Yes, Lynn, we do, I believe we post that information. We run it, and I don't know if we post it if we just send it to the schools, but we will post it if we're not doing it. And if we are, I'll let you know that location. Yeah, no, I know we've run it every year for years, and I'm off the top of my head, I can't. Susan, do you know if that's posted? Okay, it's not posted, but we do supply it to the schools. Yes, but we'll post it. Tony?
In there as their closest proximity? Or does every school do it for general information?
I think you'd have to go back and look carefully. I've got the legislation here. It talks about, working with the low-performing schools in closest proximity. So I think that might be a question for a legal staff. If there's another school, and if none of those 150 schools are closer to you than to anyone else, then I think it would be something that, a legal staff might have to look at. I can't answer that, but that's the way it reads, that you're supposed to work with the low-performing schools that are of closest proximity to your institution. Yes? For HB, this is for HB 400. Let me get information on. I know we run it every year, so I'm sure we're providing it. But I'm not exactly sure who it's provided to.
It gets provided to TEA.
Okay.
And then through TEA to their low performing high schools.
Okay, so we don't know who they are.
That's the list that we will be posting.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we'll send you information on that.
We'll post it, yes.
Rather than just post it, could you send an email to,
Yes,
to us, the liaisons maybe?
Absolutely. I think
Okay.
we could do that. That's easy to do. Or even just an email to say, we just posted it, so please look online, and there's our, and certainly the first time to tell you this is where we're going to post this information so that you know which schools have been identified. And I do have the bill if anyone has questions afterwards. I have one additional topic. Can I have 5 more minutes? That I asked Gary if I could quickly cover it because I think it's important. And as liaisons, you've all been copied. Well, you've been copied on a whole lot of emails the last year. But in the last few months, you've been copied on emails related to the first college level course. And so I wanted to just take a minute, and I just have one slide. I wanted to update you on what's happening with that and where we're moving forward because we're getting close to the point of sending out our guidelines for general review beyond our stakeholder advisory group. So basically, we put together a stakeholder advisory group. Notice we're not calling it a committee, but it's just been an advisory group that's just had a couple of meetings to talk about developing guidelines for the first college level course. And that's the DevEd measure that gets reported to us by all the institutions when a student successfully completes a first college level course in math, reading, and writing. And I think most of you are familiar with that. We have been looking at some of our data on the CBM OOS and seen that there's real variety around the state in terms of what's being reported, and because this is a success point measure, we thought it was important to spend a little time looking at it because I think the community colleges especially were hoping that we could have a little more consistency in terms of what people were reporting. We're just talking about guidelines at this point in time. You know, at some point TAC or other groups might look at these guidelines and say this is something we want to adopt for community colleges, but at this point they're guidelines, and we are working with universities as well as community colleges and TSTCs and Lamar's because all of these institutions have to report a first college level course to us. So we had everyone come here for the first meeting on August 7th. We had over 80 people. We broke up into groups for math, reading, and writing, did a lot of work, and we ended up with some guidelines and some great ideas. Then we said to folks, send us any more information that you want to give us. We put together then some proposed guidelines, sent them out in early September, and said, all right, now here's something to respond to. Does this reflect what you were telling us in the meetings? Do you have any changes? After we sent that out, we gave people a little time to digest it, and then we had a webinar on October 18th, and we had separate sessions for math, reading, and writing, and we actually went through, all right, this is what the proposal looks like. These are the comments that we received from folks about how they might want to change it. We got more feedback at that point, and now we're working on taking that, consolidating it, revising the guidelines to come up with something we can send out to the stakeholders one more time, kind of last chance if you have something you want to add. And then once we get that feedback and incorporate it, we want to distribute it widely. So to all of you, to presidents, to curriculum folks, to developmental education folks. So anyone who might have some comments that would be important to look at in terms of how we are going to do this. Obviously, there's been some compromise involved, and different folks have different ideas about how to approach it. But I think we've actually come to a place of consensus on many of the aspects of this. So I just wanted you to be aware that that's going to be coming, and I think it's really, really important that you share it with your institution and that people understand what it is, because some people think this is about gateway courses, or they think it's about, they don't understand that it's tied to a developmental education measure and success points, and it's tied to math, reading, and writing, and they might not necessarily understand the purpose of it. And we've spent a lot of time working with folks on what this is and what it isn't. So I think all of you can be helpful to us when we've got those final guidelines in terms of letting folks know what they are, sharing them, getting information, and certainly having them contact us if there's question or confusion about what this is, what this means, and what it doesn't. Okay? Are there any comments about that? Or I think generally, people are glad that we're also taking the time to go through that, and I think it will be helpful moving into the future. Thank you all very much. This was an easy group for me today. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. And now we deliberately left a spot on the agenda for y'all for question and answers. If there's anything that we haven't provided you an answer of yet, and I was going to say, Stacy, if you want to come on up here, perhaps. Susan Brown's on this side of the room. Julie Rado's on this side of the room. Don Perry's got his hand up already. But we will attempt to address any last questions you have, and then when you're done, we will call it a day.
With respect to success points, data set reporting, specific graduate completer data, the time scope of when a Social Security number is reported for the award.
SSN change?
Huh?
Are you talking about the SSN changes?
Yes.
For us to know, you have to submit it. We don't want to wait till we get to 30,000 and submit them all at one time, please. That turns into a headache for all of us. So if you submit the SSN change, we will include it. We have a cutoff date, December 1st, so that we can run all that and make sure that we capture those students. And that's, you're talking about not necessarily for the graduates, but for the 15 hours and 30 hours, for those persistence measures and for the transfer. We have a December 1 cutoff date because when we start looking at the number of hours, if we don't know that their SSN changed, we count them as a new student because we have no other way of knowing.
And a follow-up. To get away from that Social Security number specific, but has the agency decided when the snapshot will be? Will it be on a semester basis? Will it be on the annual year basis for the graduate completer numbers? And the question is really about especially many of the career and technical students might earn like a level 2 certificate and an AAS during the same term. But it's our understanding that we cannot claim 2 awards for the same Social Security number during the same reporting period. So the question is, what's the reporting period for the snapshot for how many completers we can claim?
You get none. Actually, it's done. You only report your completers once a year.
Right.
So we will look at the 009 for covers that year. So
for those of us who actually, when a student walks across the stage and they get like a level 2 certificate, AAS and enhanced credit for 1 award.
You're getting credit for 1 award. There is a group from TAC that is working on that. They looked at duplicate numbers. They looked at all sorts of things. And their recommendation is to stay at 1 award.
Other questions? Charles? Judy's coming behind you.
Julie, this goes back to your presentation.
You're comparing yourself to yourself.
On the first level college reading and writing course, will those include WECM courses as well as ACGM courses?
No, at this point in time, because the developmental education measures are looking at students' readiness to perform in academic courses. In fact, it specifically mentions freshman level academic courses. However, for the math, the group is considering for those students who are not required to do math as part of their program. So in other words, those students where they could take a math or science course, they are considering the possibility of allowing some WECM courses to be included as the first college college level math. Like I know there's some technical algebra, there's certain courses there. And that's, in fact, one of the areas where we'll be especially interested in feedback, because that's one of the areas where there's a difference of opinion. Some folks we should just be taking that math or science course that's the academic course that SACS requires as part of the level 2 or the applied associates. And some folks think we should be looking at the WECM courses if they have some kind of math or analytic component.
Well, the reason I ask that is because I know there's been some conversation, and Catherine, maybe you can let us know. From Sanjak, I know you were looking at an ACGM course and using it as a technical math course, whereas the WECM has a variety of technical math courses, many of which require a certain level before you get into them. I'm thinking of pharmacy math for our pharmacy technology program. They get college credit for it, so I wonder why would that not be a college level math point?
Yeah, and I think the discussion is really, should we be using, because those level 2 certificates and associates, they require TSI, which is supposed to be to prepare students for academic freshman level courses in math, reading, and writing. That's how the statute reads. Should we be using whatever academic course is closest in terms of seeing if the student was successful, because that's why they have to meet TSI, because there's that component, or should we allow a broader definition? And as I said, there's differences of opinion. That's one of the areas where I expect we'll get the most comments. There's differences of opinion about what the best way is to go. The math group did decide that if math is required as part of the program, as part of the degree, then a math course should be reported, and it shouldn't be a science course, it shouldn't be a physics course. That math course is what we want to, pretty much everyone agreed should be there. So I hope that's helpful. It would yes, what they basically said is it has to be either, and this is for community colleges, this is the proposal now, it would be a math prefix, or there is a statistics course in psychology in the ACGM, and they included that as well. And for universities, they included courses with, if it's a math prefix, if it's statistics course, or there's some quantitative analysis courses that are lower division. So for universities, they were only looking at the freshman and sophomore level courses as counting. If students come in and they've already done a first college level course in AP or, that sort of area, then they can get credit for it coming in. Dual credit courses actually, in terms of success points, are going to be reportable for first college level courses. I think everyone was aware of that.
Gary just mentioned to me that the proposal from the Texas Association of Community Colleges for the success points and how to fund it is actually on our website. It is going to the Formula Advisory Committee next week, Tuesday. And so if you want to look at it, it's out there on our website under Formula Funding Advisory Committee under the Community Colleges meeting for November 6th, 5th, whatever Tuesday is.
All the liaisons should have gotten an email today, or will get one today, as the committee materials.
Okay, next question. Oh, okay. Here.
There are universities that don't provide that information. We were talking a while ago about reverse articulation. Nothing ever happens to them. But I guess some of the things that I've heard here today, though, there are some implications. Well, I don't know if there are implications or not, but like on the TSI about the advising, about this holistic advising, we're asking advisors to do, and some advisors anyway, to do more than they've ever done, more than they were ever trained to do. I mean, I have a master's degree in guidance, and that was kind of the stuff we studied then, but it's not what they know now. So what's the implication for community colleges if, for example, we're not providing, or at some point in the future, colleges don't provide holistic guidance, or they don't take these factors into consideration when they're advising students? I mean, I remember when we got into the task, there was, financial penalties. If students slip by, we could be penalized. What are some of the implications if we let a student take 4 college courses in co-enrollment and they only take 3. I mean, and they're supposed to take 3. What are the implications?
You want to speak to that, Judy, on the holistic advising seem to be the biggest part of the question?
Well, I think that as you look at the student population you're facing today, we have to begin to rethink how we do business. Because if we don't, it isn't like you and I, when we went to college, we knew we were going, no matter what our weaknesses were, and the point was success, not failure or dropout. And nobody advised us. We didn't have that process. But now, because of the diversity of students, the challenges of students, the placements that they're coming in with, it requires more than just saying, this is a degree you want, these are the courses, or this is a certificate you want, and this is how you take them. Because students on their own coming in today do not understand the new agenda that they're coming into. And so not knowing that, they take what they take or they do what they do, and momentum points are on the table. Your completion process is on the table, and the point is to make students successful.
Well, I understand about all that, but my point is are we going to go back to audits of institutions? Are we going to go back to coordinating board site visits of institutions? There seem to be more and more requirements, and I just wonder where we're headed with all this. I mean, I don't want it, but I just wonder if that's where we're going eventually.
Oh, I thought we would. We actually, part of our SB 215, and I don't know if Linda touched on this morning or not, requires us to do compliance monitoring of our data. And so that is one of those things that will be part of the compliance monitoring.
And what is that? What's compliance monitoring?
Making sure that what you submit to us is really what happened on your campuses, and that goes for financial aid and for all of the data that you report to us. They can go in and monitor any part of that. So if we see things that change dramatically, or if we see things where all of a sudden it goes real low or it goes real high, or there's something like that, they will go out and do compliance monitoring.
I would also like to add that we have begun to see many more calls coming in to us from students or from parents, which we did not see before, letting us know when an institution is doing something that they've already researched and have an answer to. And I've been here 6 years, and we did not get these kind of calls before, and they're coming in on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah.
So I just thought I'd let you know that. That doesn't mean we're coming after you, but sometimes when I know that things are occurring that should not be, we have no option but to notify the institution that we have received these calls. And that is unfortunately happening more than it ever has been before.
And I will add to that, usually we get the call from the legislature. They have gone to their legislator first, and then the legislator calls us. Yes, they do top-down method.
Yes, ma'am.
About their concerns for students, and I certainly agree with Judith's comment about students not being aware of what they are getting themselves in for. And you know, one of the things that I'm starting to see on my campus more so than I have in the past, and often it's students with their parents coming in because they have gotten an associate degree from a hospital-based program, and they want to pursue another degree, and they discover that because that degree was approved by the state of Texas, but it's not from an accredited or regional accreditor, they can't go anywhere with that degree. And they are irritated. And I know that's not part of the discussion here, but I think long term, I think that really needs to be addressed because students are not aware of what they're getting into. Has that come up in any conversations?
It has. We have no authorization. if you know students, the career colleges do report their data to us, and we have it out on our. I know
hospital-based programs.
Okay. Only 2 hospital-based programs that we fund through nursing grants.
Other questions? Or do you want me to get Dr. Gardner up here and let him share his closing wisdom? You're the last on the agenda.
Ooh, David's between y'all and leaving.
For thinking about that last question, I've not heard it come up specifically because related to the hospital-based programs before. So, and I could take from your lack of response that you hadn't either. So that's something we're going to have to look at. And
it's also occurring. As a lot of these taking those.
Were you aware of that?
We don't know that they're taking slots away from you, but they do have to come to us for a certificate of authorization.
Oh,
They do that.
This issue came up, you probably know, in regards to medical school. And as a general comment, it's not a direct answer to your question. I've raised with staff that we don't talk enough about the availability of slots, whatever the program is in the state. I know this came up with pharmacy programs and
Nobody can hear you.
well, these speakers are working great because I was like Gary this morning. Okay, can you hear me now? Have any of you seen the movie about voiceover? That's about as long as I can talk like that. What was I talking about? We've found that in general, we don't, at our agency, we don't talk enough about the real issue about internships, clerkships that are across the range of the programs. We had a large issue with it related to the medical schools. When we had a hearing a few years ago in Dallas about the potential of a pharmacy school there, the industry actually said they weren't sure that they would have enough slots to handle the additional students. I think we need to work with everyone to really talk about that realistically, because there are many fields, if you don't have those, number one, they're not going to get licensed. Number two, even if licensing weren't an issue, they're not going to have the skills you really want them to have. And you have an awful lot of programs at the community colleges. I mean, this is potentially much more of an issue for you than the universities because of the range of allied health fields. So maybe we should just have a webcast just to talk about in general, just to could we do that? And to lay out what are the potential questions that we need to talk about. Would that make sense to everybody? Of course, you don't have to participate if you're not interested, but those of you who are interested, we'll set up a time and figure out how to do that. But really about all I had to say at the end of the day was just, I've been in and out all day. You may have noticed I've been in sometimes to the back and side, sometimes in my office. But I think that for us, I hope you benefit as much as we do, because it's clear to me that you're asking a lot of questions that are pertinent. I'm glad to say at one level that many of them are things we've been thinking about and we've started working on. The bad news is we haven't figured out the answers yet. And that's because some of these things aren't that easy. And we'd appreciate any help you can, but we can't figure out problems if we don't know they exist. I can't tell you the number of times I've gone into the field and heard about some issue that has been there for a long time and I never heard about it before. And everybody's just too busy to sort of take the time to call and talk about it. And I understand that. So it's not a criticism, but I think, when you can do that, do it, because like you, we're just moving from one task to another, and we're lucky if we remember is my case, what I was talking about 2 minutes ago. So we need that from you, and I'm hoping we can get more out of that. I don't know if you've talked to any today, not when I've been around, but have we gotten any feedback on how this might work better for everybody here in terms of working as liaisons?
We've got an evaluation that's about to go out.
Well, I don't really mean this. It may be in here, this meeting. Does this talk about between meetings? I mean, it's not as though the only role should be you come in here once a year and we copy you on everything. Would it be helpful if we had other types of things during the year, or to schedule, say, briefings with you on certain topics when you ask for it? I think if you guys, and we could do a webcast type thing for that. Okay, well, let's find a mechanism to do that, because unfortunately, sometimes if you wait too long, it's too late. That's right. Okay. So we'll figure out a way to do that if you have some specific suggestions. We don't want to overwhelm you, but it could be that as you guys decide that there's some topic that would be really helpful to talk about, and we'll identify some things on our own that we do anyway, but you may have some. I mean, you're on the ground, you're dealing with real students every day, and so you know what some of those things are that we're just not aware of. And sometimes what can happen in those meetings is the real solution is that the people who raise the issues learn from another institution on that webcast. And so I think we should help facilitate that more as well.
David, one way. Communicate among ourselves and with y'all.
Well, we have a couple of, I've forgotten what it's called. We have a new technology where I think we can have some private communications among you, which is a little bit smoother than listserv, and we can talk about how to set that up for you, but it won't be viewable by the public. Now, remember always, I mean, any communications with us is potentially open record, so, but, I mean, we live with that every day, but I just want you to always remember that. Okay? And any other suggestions? Well, I think we have a lot to do. I don't think we've mentioned closing the gaps today, but we've come a long way in 12 years. Some of you know how much we've accomplished, and I hope all of you realize that we achieved our success goal this past year, and nobody thought we'd be able to do that. I mean, nobody did, and it was an aggressive target. It doesn't mean we're doing as well as we should. Frankly, the way we operate with the plan, if we had another 5 years of the plan, we'd set a higher target, because you guys are getting better and the universities are getting better. And one thing, I tell people, that aren't in higher ed is that one of the things that was sort of brilliant about what our board did with the plan was they set targets, but they didn't tell you, with some exceptions, exactly how to achieve them. And I think in terms of success, I know the universities really complain about graduation rates a lot. We don't have a target for a goal for success and graduation. So we knew one of the ways to do that was for them to get your graduates and bring them in. That's not capturing the graduation rate. For both sectors, part of that success is getting students who had left to come back and finish. But the bottom line is we can't tell people really exactly why we are doing so much better in terms of success, other than you guys are working hard at it, because you're not all doing it exactly the same way. And that's, there's some things that you share in common. I like to talk about the touch, and so a lot of this is about touching the student one way or another, and there are different ways of doing it. And not every campus can do it exactly the same way. I mean, I know San Jack is doing some things with phone calls that are really sort of remarkable and inexpensive. Other people are doing things with Avid. Other people are doing things locally designed. But the reality is, I know for us to gotten where we are, you had to work really hard. But for us to move forward, you have to be relentless. And I mean, relentless is the word. And I don't think we could have gotten here without those efforts on your campuses. But the reality is, we can't stop, because these are all real people with real families or future families, and whose success in life depends on everyone in this room helping. So I'm glad you're doing that. It may not always sound like we recognize that, but I want you to know we do. I certainly do. And I know a number of you have heard me say this in other forums and other staff. So again, as Rex was saying this morning, it's all about the students. Let's remember that, and we'll work through everything else. So thanks for coming. I hope your weather's good on the way home, and hope to see you again soon.
Please complete the survey instrument in front of you. We passed these out. And question number 5 addresses exactly what David talked about. Is there other ways we can communicate with you? Leave your name tags, please, for next year, please. That helps us out. Thank all of y'all for coming today. From a staff point of view, thanks all of our staff who presented and all the staff who helped put this together, and safe travels home.